Good day, dear colleagues from wherever you are, all over the world. I see in my message box. I declare the meeting of our Standing Committee open. We have a very rich agenda today, which includes an exchange of views with our good friend Mr. Miltiadis Vassiviotis, alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece and Chairman of the Committee of Ministers, and at 3 o'clock with Secretary General of the OECD, Mr. Angel Gurria. I would like to wholeheartedly thank them both for having agreed to join us today. Tomorrow, as a matter of fact, we also have an opportunity to put questions to the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights, Dunja Mijatovic, on her latest annual activity report. Furthermore, during these 2 days, the Standing Committee will be debating several reports which all have a common thread, namely the COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on democracy and human rights in Europe and beyond. As you know, we will have an introductory comment by the alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece. Whoever wishes to participate, you've got 1 minute, and we have half an hour for this part of the session. So, without any due delay, I now have the great pleasure to welcome Mr. Miltiadis Vassiviotis, alternate Minister of Foreign Affairs of Greece and Chairman of the Committee of Ministers, who has honored us once more with his presence. Mr. Minister, if you could request to speak, then I can give you the floor. Mr. Minister, voila. No, we have someone else. On the bottom right to your screen, request to speak. Please click on the button so we can give you the floor. Ah, okay. So I got it that we need to wait for a few minutes for Mr. Minister Vassiviotis. Okay, so we will wait for a small second. Maybe in the meantime I can inform each and all of you that, as I told the Bureau this morning, that we will have a number of vice chairs presiding over this meeting as tomorrow and also next week on Thursday and on Friday. We also have at this time an enlarged meeting of the Standing Committee, which basically means that not only the members of the Standing Committee are present, but that also each and every member of the Parliamentary Assembly is allowed to be logged in and to take the floor on the substantial debates that we are having. When it is about only procedural matters, obviously it is only the members of the Standing Committee who will be taking the floor because they are the only ones who are allowed to vote. I am waiting now for Mr. Vassiviotis to ask for the floor. And now I see that we've got Angel Gurria asking for the floor. Okay, why don't we have a small test? Mr. Secretary General or his representative.
Est-ce que vous me voyez déjà? Ok, est-ce que vous m'entendez dans le micro du système? Est-ce que 1, 2, 3?
Oh, yeah. We hear, I hear.
Est-ce que la commission m'entend?
Oui.
On vous entend, mais il faut parler plus fort.
Ah, ok.
Mais voilà, c'est parfait.
C'est très bien.
C'est merveilleux. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, parce qu'entre-temps, on a le ministre grec qui attend son tour, je pense. Voilà. Mr. Minister Vassiviotis, we will now push the Secretary General out because it's your go. Voilà, Miltiadis, I am extremely happy to have you on board again. You have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Rick. Unfortunately,
during our chairmanship, it was impossible to meet in person, and this is something that actually has restricted our work and actually restricted our whatever we wanted to do during this chairmanship. We are still, let's say, on a hold on what we are going to do with the ministerial meeting on the 4th of November. We are examining the pandemic evolution in Greece, and we are still haven't come to a conclusion. We hope that we will be able to host you all in Athens on November 4th, and this is actually what I tend to do, but definitely the evolution of the pandemic may change this. Well, before I start, I would like to make a note of what are the recent developments. And you know, I know that everybody felt that the past few months felt the tension that has occurred in the southeastern Mediterranean, and everybody felt a relief after the meeting of the Greek foreign minister and Turkish foreign minister last week in Bratislava, when they decided that the preliminary talks will immediately start. Unfortunately, a new illegal NAVTEX issued last night that announced illegal surveys south of Castelloriza on Greece's continental shelf, just 6.5 nautical miles from the Greek shores, is an action that actually fires up again the situation in the region. Together with the opening of the Varosia seafront on Cyprus, these are two signs that occurred during the last few days that actually violate international law and all relevant UN Security Council resolutions. Also, these actions contravenes the latest conclusions of the European Council, which reaffirms its commitment to a comprehensive settlement of the Cyprus problem within the UN framework and in accordance with the relevant United Nations Security Council resolutions 550 and 7089. I think that also on this stand, I have to call, and we have to call on Turkey to immediately cease all illegal actions through which is systematically undermining the peace and security in the region, and to come back to the table of negotiations for a fruitful solution. I say that because definitely we have faced the past few weeks since our last meeting several incidents that actually show that there is a hit in the region, but in the periphery of Europe, but also among member states of the Council of Europe. First of all, regarding Belarus, I think that everybody remembers the joint statement that we have issued together with the President of PACE and the Secretary General on the situation in the country. This situation has not changed dramatically ever since. And in this statement, we have called the Belarusian authorities inter alia to immediately release all detained protesters. And we stated beyond doubt that legitimacy cannot come from repression, but from an electoral process that is free, fair, and based on the rule of law. Regarding the Nagorno-Karabakh crisis, we welcome the agreement on the ceasefire, definitely, and we reiterate our commitment to a peaceful solution to the problem, and of course to the implication of the Minsk group once again in order to sort this issue out. Let's move forward and say that regarding the developments with COVID-19, as I told you, both in my country and in the member states countries, we continue to follow the epidemiological data related to the virus and to the number of cases in Europe and the rest of the world. And I think that everybody reaffirms its original position, which is to keep the human life and public health at the top of our priorities, regardless of the problems in the economic activity, and by trying also to minimize the negative consequences of democracy, rule of law, and the human rights. The uninterrupted activity of institutions in the member states can contribute significantly to contain the negative effects of the crisis on society, social cohesion, economy, and employment. I think that it's also important to highlight the efforts made and the issue of the violence against women and domestic violence that came to surface in a manner more pressing than before. And I would like to say again that I sincerely regret that certain member states have expressed their will to withdraw from the relevant convention of the Council of Europe. The same concerns apply also on similar situations affecting citizens, members of the LGBTI community. In the past few weeks, we have intensified our work on the Athens Declaration on the protection of democracy, rule of law, and human rights in time of a pandemic, together with member states and the Secretariat. As you know, there is a fruitful discussion going on at the Committee of Ministers, and the last draft of the declaration that I actually saw last week, I think it's a very inclusive document, really addressing the key issues that we have to tackle. Finally, I would like to make a note on the issues that concern with migration. I know that the Parliamentary Assembly is very focused and very sensitive on the issue. First of all, I think that it's important to underline the fact that we have to condemn any instrumentalization of the refugees for political reasons, and this is something that should not go unnoted or uncondemned. In the same time, I would like to say that following the fire that happened to the hotspot of Lesbos in Moria, now we have put together in only 1 week, and the works continue are continuing in the area. We have put up a new camp able to host more than 10,000 people, much better organized than the one that it was burned down before, but definitely not with the facilities that the other one was having. We are trying to build up the facilities. Everything now is on tents, and gradually these tents are going to be changed with more permanent buildings like containers or other buildings that can help these migrants live in a much better condition. But definitely what it was supposed to be a humanitarian, a great humanitarian disaster, this never occurred, since nowadays we have the ability to hold more than all the people that they were in Moria before, to hold them in a new, brand new camp that we were able to set up in only 1 week time. Rika, I will not consume any of the precious time that you are having. I'm open for the questions from the members of the Parliamentary Assembly, which is, I find, always a very interesting dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minister, dear friend. We now go into question time. I recall each and every one of you, you've got exactly 1 minute, no more. We are a little bit limited in time since we have a tight schedule also with the OECD. I have already too many people on my list. I have to start with the political groups. As far as the political groups are concerned, I see that I have Madame Mara from the Socialist Group. I know Jacques Maire wishes to have the floor, so Jacques, please request for the floor. And I have Tini Cox. We will go by three. I hope we can have 2 times, maybe 3 times 3 questions, but really, I do apologize up front that I will not be able to give all of you the floor. As you know, it is an enlarged meeting, so we've got, I don't know, 100 people out there. So maybe, Miltiades, you'll have to come back somewhere in the coming days to get into all of these questions. Okay, enough of that. We will start with the 3 first ones, which will be Madame Marat, followed by Jacques Maire, followed by Tini Cox. Madame Marat, you have the floor. Maximum 1 minute, please.
Oui, voilà, bonjour, j'espère que vous m'entendez. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée, Monsieur le Président du Comité des ministres. Je reviens sur vos propos concernant Moria et la tragédie des réfugiés en Grèce de manière générale. La Grèce se trouve confrontée à ce que s'est trouvé confrontée l'Italie, notamment, tous les pays du Sud qui sont concernés par Dublin et leur inégalité de traitement. Vous avez parlé des camps de réfugiés, on savait les conditions un peu indignes de vie des réfugiés dans ces camps. Plusieurs ONG l'ont attesté, plusieurs personnalités. Au Conseil de l'Europe, évidemment, nous parlons sous l'angle de la dignité et des droits de l'homme. Ma question, elle est toute simple. La relocation, la distribution de ces migrants en Union européenne, le temps est long quand on parle à des parlements pour décider. On a vu l'Allemagne qui prend 1000 personnes, mon propre pays, la Suisse, prendra une vingtaine de mineurs non accompagnés, ce qui est une honte absolue selon moi. Est-ce que le temps des ministres et des exécutifs est plus court? Est-ce que vous prenez des décisions concrètes pour redistribuer ces personnes en Union européenne? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. On passe maintenant la parole à Jacques Maire. Jacques, vous avez la parole.
Oui, merci Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Ministre, 3 questions rapides. La première concernant les conclusions d'Athènes. Nous avions, vous le rappelez, il y a presque un an maintenant, initié une dynamique interinstitutionnelle assez forte avec la déclaration d'Helsinki. Sa force reposait sur le fait d'avoir travaillé ensemble de façon assez dynamique entre finalement le Conseil des ministres et l'Assemblée parlementaire. Aujourd'hui, on voit bien que sur les conclusions d'Athènes, le travail entre le Parlement et de l'autre côté le Conseil des ministres n'a pas été aussi dynamique. J'aimerais bien savoir si vous comptez renforcer cette dynamique. Je n'ai pas l'impression que jusqu'à maintenant, ça a été une grande volonté de la présidence grecque. Deuxièmement, sur le budget, vous le savez, il y a des excédents cette année. Nous avons une vraie difficulté concernant l'absence de solutions numériques pour l'hémicycle. Nous avons des priorités budgétaires qui vont faire les travaux dans les parkings l'année prochaine. J'aimerais bien que la présidence du Conseil des ministres là aussi donne une indication pour qu'on puisse passer au numérique très vite, de façon à pouvoir travailler d'une manière qui soit complètement présentielle et à distance. Voilà, je vous remercie beaucoup.
Merci Jacques. I now pass the floor to Tini Cox on behalf of UAL. Tini, you've got the floor, 1 minute.
1 minute, c'est ridicule. Hein, donc,
Oui, bah c'est mieux que le français.
oui.
Tini, Mike. We don't hear you, Tini. I'm sorry. So we will pass the floor now to Minister Varvisiotis for his response to the 2 questions. I do apologize, Tini. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Well, let me be frank on the 2 issues that have been tackled. The issue of relocation that Ms. Mara has posed, I think it's very important. It's one of the important tools. It's within the proposals that the European Commission has presented recently. we are reviewing these proposals. We believe that we need a comprehensive system of immigration, and we need to put together a new policy of immigration. Definitely, some member states of the European Union do not agree in any relocation scheme, and they are not willing to participate in any obligatory relocation scheme. Therefore, we examine several ways of burden sharing, which is an important step forward in order for European Union to get finally, after years of discussions that brought us to a dead end, to come up with a comprehensive policy that will deal both with the ideal, which is the protection of human life and the people that are in need, and at the same time, the protection of the borders and the security of the people of the citizens of the member states. So I think this is going to be a very heated debate in the next year. I think the Commission proposals are in the right direction, and I think that we have to all work together in order to find a common ground. As regards the budget, you know that everybody knows that the Council of Europe has passed through a very difficult period in terms of budget. The Committee of Ministers adopted the program and budget for the next two-year period, 2020-21, last November. The overall budgetary envelope is based on zero real growth, which is actually limiting the horizon of our institution. And I think that we have to stand by what the Committee of Ministers has already done, is to invite the Secretary General to consider and prepare, in consultation with member states, a 4-year strategic framework reflecting the priorities of the Council of Europe and our long-term mission. In order to deal with that, we have to always take into consideration the constraints that the COVID has put in our economies and the constraints that our budget in the countries have. So I wouldn't be very optimistic, but definitely we have to keep up working in order to make the payments to our organization to be prompt, in time, and in full, in order for the organization to keep up.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We will now have four following. We have Mr. Cox, who tries to connect again. Then we will have Mr. Howell, Mr. Igitian, Mr. Zaidov, after which you have a response by the Minister. If we have time, we then can go through with 3 more. Please restrain in time, because otherwise we won't be able to have all of you. And in any case, it won't be possible. So this will be the maximum if it is possible. Please be brief. Tini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now, Rick?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Minister, you are working hard, you said, on preparing the Athens Ministerial Conference on a declaration of Athens with regard to how to function as Council of Europe during times of COVID. Would it be a good idea, Mr. Minister, that you invite for this conference also our President and the rapporteurs that have prepared for our Assembly their reports to make the interaction between the Committee of Ministers and our Parliamentary Assembly visible? You said you wanted to invite everybody. That will probably be quite difficult, but if you could invite the President and the rapporteurs on behalf of our Assembly, I think that might be most useful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tini. I am invited, as a matter of fact. So, so now we go to Mr. Howell from the UK. Mr. Howell.
Thank you, Thank you, Minister. You have spoken about the impact of coronavirus. You've also spoken about the specific problems such as Belarus that have come out. But Europe is much more than this. Could you say what is left of what you set out at the beginning as your agenda for Europe that you are still willing to achieve?
Thank you very much. Then we now will go to Mr. Igitian. Johannes, you have the floor.
Hello, Mr. Minister. My congratulations to your very clear speech. My question is, we are discussing many regions in PASE, and mostly it's bad role, danger role of Turkey for stability, peace in many regions, Syria, Libya, Mediterranean, and now in Nagorno-Karabakh also. My question to you, both like Minister of Greece and also like Chairman to Committee of Ministers, you have very big experience how work with this danger. So what's your opinion, what we can do, like Council of Europe, like Committee of Ministers, like Parliamentary Assembly to stop this negative role of Turkey in many regions? You was talking about humanitarian ceasefire in Nagorno-Karabakh, but now we see that it stopped because
Johannes.
Turkey encouraged and inspired Turkey, Azerbaijan to break it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Johannes. Now we go to Mr. Zaidov. Samat, you've got the floor. 1 minute, please, and then we can have a brief response from the Minister, allowing us to have 3 more. Samat, you have the floor. 1 minute max.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I want to express my gratitude to the Minister for his very good presentation. My question is about the tragedy which had happened yesterday. Yesterday, as maybe you have heard, all information agencies told about that. The biggest city, one of the biggest cities of Azerbaijan, launched ballistic missiles from Armenia, not from Nagorno-Karabakh, and the big part of Ganja had been destroyed. That's a genocide. That's a humanitarian crime which they did after we have signed the peaceful the agreement, ceasefire agreement with Armenia under the auspices of Russia. What Council of Europe think about these kind of crimes against humanity, which unfortunately Armenia did last night, where we lost 10 kids, women, and more than 50 have been wounded. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. The briefer you can get, the more people we can have questions to you, but probably it'll be limited to 3 more. So please be concise, because we've got someone else waiting in line from the OECD. Mr. Minister, please do. You have the floor.
Well, Rick, this is a hidden agenda, as I told you. Let's say, to put it clear, if we are going to make finally this Athens meeting, this is going to be limited, unfortunately, in number of participants. So although we would like to have a much bigger crowd that coming into Athens and celebrating the 70th anniversary of the Convention on Human Rights and also participating in the deliberations of the ministerial meeting, this would be impossible. Definitely, PACE is going to be represented by you as the president of the body, and we will very much welcome you here. Let me say about our agenda. Our agenda has been a very big agenda. Unfortunately, we were very limited in the events that we can actually put together. A lot of effort has been placed on dealing with COVID, because COVID didn't seem to be a temporary and on a side issue during these 6 months. It was the #1 issue for all the agendas, covering the human rights, covering the minority rights, covering the family issues, covering society, health, economy, democracy. So we tried to highlight the impact of this pandemic and the response to this pandemic in a very comprehensive way. So, in the issue of Turkey, let me say that I'm standing here in front of you as the chairman of the Council of Ministers of the Council of Europe. Our foreign minister, Mr. Dendias, has made a statement today at the Foreign Affairs Council of European Union, and saying that for us, in all the problematic situations in the region, in Nagorno-Karabakh, in Syria, Iraq, Cyprus, southeastern Mediterranean, Turkey is always involved, and this is a problem. But this is something that I would like to leave it aside from our today's discussion. As regards the Nagorno-Karabakh situation, I understand that the heat of the conflict is really very much. I also convey my condolences to the families of the victims of these assaults, of all the assaults that have occurred the last few weeks. And let me say that we call definitely for the immediate effect of the ceasefire agreed. And we cannot tolerate any more belligerent actions. I think ceasefire should be the number one quest right now. And the second should be to return back to the table of negotiations under the Minsk group of OECD. Thank you. OSCE, no, OECD.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I have a straightforward question to you. I've got such a long list still waiting to put questions to you. Do you think that you could, knowing you've got a big heart for pace, do you think you could liberate in the coming days, like tomorrow, next week, like half an hour or an hour of your time to address more questions? Do you think it would be possible in your agenda in order to cater with all our colleagues who still have questions to you? Would that be possible, please?
Well, for me, it's okay. If you want me to stay here for another half an hour, I will be glad to answer to the questions.
No. My question was different because we need to go to the OECD now.
Yeah.
But would you have like some time, like maybe on the 22nd or the 23rd in your very busy agenda, obviously, because we've got so many people still wanting to put questions to you. Would that be possible in your agenda? I mean, we can be very flexible on those days.
22nd, 23rd of October, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, well, definitely we can do that. We can, let me check, have a quick check. Yeah, it seems that we can do it then.
Fantastic, thank you. I know you are a very, very big friend of PACE, so I do apologize to all the colleagues. It's like 10, 12, 15, I don't know, many of them still wanting to ask questions, so we will reschedule you and have you on board again. Thank you very much for that. And by the way, if I can come to Athens, be it by plane, by boat, by car, even with a bicycle, I'll be there. Thank you very much. We will have you...
With an air balloon.
Or with an air balloon, who knows. Anyway, if it is possible, I definitely will be there. Thank you very much for your flexibility. We will have you on board next week again, and I do invite over all of our colleagues who wanted to put these questions to keep them in their pockets and to get them out again next time. Many, many thanks, Miltiadis. Love you. Really great that you are doing this for PACE. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay. Okay. Colleagues, it is now my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Angel Gurria, Secretary General of the OECD. As you know, the OECD is closely examining the impact of COVID-19 on areas such as education, jobs, contributes to global action to confront these challenges. I even saw that today there were some statements on multinationals and digitax and all that. Mr. Gurria, I really am very, very glad to have you on board in our meeting. You have the floor. Of course, you need to ask for the floor first in this technique. If I may ask Mr. Gurria to request to speak, which is the button to the right of the screen. We tested the system and it worked just a few moments ago. Okay. It's always good to have a tryout, dear colleagues. I do apologize because this is our very first enlarged standing committee, so we got a little bit of a mix-up. The Secretary General of the OECD will be on board on 4 o'clock, so as soon as possible, I hear. So I do apologize also to Miltiades because now I pushed him out a bit too early. Anyway, let's proceed with the agenda, and once we've got Mr. Gurria on board, we will come back to that. Okay, item from 4 to 10 of our agenda are procedural items. That means that only members of the standing committee can take the floor, make observations, any vote needed, that they only can vote. To log in, the members of the standing committee have been asked to introduce the word vote in front of their name. I hope this has been done. When you speak, I also would like to ask you to stay in one language, which will facilitate our translators, our interpreters to do so. The documents, as you know, you can find them on the right. In accordance with the Memorandum of Arrangement for the Conduct of Remote Committee Meetings approved by the Bureau on May 7th, a vote shall be valid only if 1/3 of the committee have voted. If you got a technical question, no problem, you can send a message. And as you know, as regards to our debates, the speaking time is limited to 3 minutes, except when it is appel au règlement, as they say, then you have 1 minute. We now go to number 4 of the proposed agenda, examination of new credentials. We have received credentials for new members of the delegations of Croatia and Spain. They are contained in document 1563. Are there any objections to these credentials? Right. Okay, I know that Mr. Tomartis wants the floor to add some issues. I will give you the floor later on and first go through with these elements. No objections. Thank you. Then we will move to point 5, which is the modification in the composition of committees. So our next business is to consider the modifications in the membership of committees notified by the delegations of Croatia, Ireland, and Spain. The changements are set out in documents Commissions 2020-08 and its addendum. Again, you can consult it. Are there any objections? No? Okay. Then we come to the request for a current affairs debate or debate under urgent procedure. These are rules 52 and 53 of our rules of procedure. First of all, I inform you that there is one request for a debate under urgent procedure titled New Crackdown of Political and Social Opposition in Turkey, How to Safeguard Human Rights, Fundamental Freedoms and the Protection of Turkish Citizens by the European Court of Human Rights. It has been submitted. We've got a second request. The second request is for a current affairs debate entitled Armed Conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, Failure of Peaceful Conflict Resolution and a risk to regional stability. This has been submitted by the Monitoring Committee, the committee itself, in accordance with Rule 53. Okay, so now on the urgent debate at its meeting held this morning, we addressed this in the Bureau and we agreed to recommend holding a debate under urgent procedures on the issues concerning Turkey. If the proposal is accepted by the Standing Committee, the matter will be referred to the Monitoring Committee for report, and the debate will take place on Friday, October 23rd at 9:30. I see I have got some people on the list. I do not, of course, know whether this is on this issue. There's a lot of them coming in. I will give the floor in the following, in the order that I have the request for the floor. If you do not have an issue with the issue at hand, please just refrain from requesting to speak and request to speak later on again. The first I have is Tomartis. Tomartis, you have the floor. Okay, so he dropped. As may I recall, since we are a little bit in a format of the plenary session, I request there is one colleague who speaks in favor of the urgent debate and one colleague who speaks against, and that will conclude it. And then if a vote is requested, then we can have a vote. I see an enormous amount of people on the list. I will go for a group's leader first, which is Mr. Pojcek. Alexander Pojcek, you have the floor. In favor or against? Alex?
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Au nom du groupe PPE, je suis tout à fait favorable et je crois que absolument ce sujet, dans les circonstances internationales que nous vivons, c'est vraiment le sujet que nous devons aborder. Je suis tout à fait favorable pour ce débat. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, Alexandre. I see that I have Mr. Yildiz requesting the floor. I suppose that Mr. Yildiz from Turkey will have his opinion. Mr. Yildiz, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, greetings from Ankara. Of course, I will talk about this request for a debate under urgent procedure. Mr. Chairman, I am certainly and strongly against this, and I invite the members of the Standing Committee to reject, because indeed the title of the request indeed reflects the motive. It is new crackdown. It is a judicial issue now in the hands of judiciary. We should wait for the decision of the judiciary. It is not an issue for urgent procedure and fails to meet the admissibility criteria. We need to discuss here issues relating our common values and how to improve our cooperation. Indeed, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, honoring obligations and commitments by Turkey is already on the monitoring committee's agenda. Our monitoring procedure at pace continues. Political reforms are underway in Turkey. That's why the most appropriate venue for this matter is the monitoring committee, not to duplicate the monitoring committee here. So I am strongly against it in terms of procedure and the essence of the issue, because it's a judicial issue. It is not proper now to intervene from here on the issue of judiciary.
Thank you. Please conclude. You have Mr. 1 minute,
Chairman,
1 minute 30. Please conclude.
Okay.
Thank you. I do apologize.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, indeed, we are on the eve of political and judicial reforms, and these kind of interventions are not helping. Thank you.
I do apologize, but we need to stick to the timings. I apologize, Mr. Yildiz, to you, but I mean, we have to treat everyone equal. We had a colleague in favor, a colleague opposing. Now I give the floor to the chair of the monitoring committee, Mr. Jensen. You have the floor for 1 minute. Please ask for the floor, Michael.
It's okay.
You have the floor. Microphone, Michael.
Sorry. Yes, now we're on. On behalf of the monitoring committee, I'm actually pushing this proposal forward that we should have a current affairs debate about the conflict between two of our member countries, Armenia and Azerbaijan. I think it's very important that we actually also touch upon sensitive issues that are important, especially in light that this could actually spill over and be a conflict of regional interest. We already see now that countries, for example, like Turkey, are also involved. And therefore, we believe in the monitoring committee that it is extremely important that we're actually going to take a discussion about this and also be able probably to come up with some ideas to how to facilitate a peaceful solution to this conflict. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Michael. So then we need to decide on this subject. We need to go into the voting procedure. I recall the colleagues that we need a 2/3 majority of the standing committee members, so only the standing committee members can vote. In order to vote, you have to go to the voting ballot point. Mr. Secretary General, just in 30 seconds, explain again, because this is the first one we're going to have.
Okay.
And Mr. Goria is out there. Just bide with us a few minutes, Mr. Goria, and we will be due in a second. Wojciech?
Very quickly, you have to go to the polls, icon polls on your screen, insert on the right side of the screen, insert from the top. When the vote is open there, you will see the line vote number 01. You will have to click on this line in order to develop the line, and you will see the buttons yes, no, abstention. Please make your choice and then click on submit in order to transmit your vote. And I would like to remind you that only voting members with the voting right in the standing committee should take part in this vote.
Thank you very much. Now this is clear. Again, in order to be added to the agenda, we need a 2/3 majority of the votes cast, only members of the standing committee being able to vote. If you want to have the urgent debate, you vote yes. If you oppose it, you vote no. The vote is open. What's happening?
Yeah. Just focus on left.
I recall that only members of the standing committee are allowed to vote. This is a bit of a trial meeting, so do bide with us. So those who wish the urgent debate vote yes. Those who oppose vote no. Members of the standing committee, please cast your vote. Vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General, if you could give us the result.
Mr. President, the results are the following. There are few members without voting rights who have participated in this vote, so we deduct, well, this certain number of votes from the result. The result is the following. 30 members voted in favor, 3 members voted against, and 2 abstentions. 30, 3, and 2. And I again ask in the subsequent votes, members who do not have voting rights in the Standing Committee, please abstain from taking part in the vote.
Thank you very much. Therefore, the urgent debate is accepted under the terms as I have described. And as you see or have seen on the screen, we are largely over 100 participants in this meeting, which is a very, very good thing. Without any delay, now we go back to the exchange of views with Mr. Angel Gurria, Secretary General of the OECD. We had a little bit of a mix-up with the timing. I do apologize, Mr. Secretary General, but we are extremely happy to have you on board for your declaration. And afterwards, obviously, you are open, as I know you, in the meantime, for any difficult question from our members of parliament. And so, without any delay, Mr. Secretary General, I'm extremely happy to have you. You have the floor.
So, Mr. President, distinguished members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, my great pleasure to join you today for this enlarged meeting of the Standing Committee of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. I wish to extend special thanks to my friend George Katrougalos, the rapporteur of this year's report on the OECD work on taxation of the digital economy, which you will be debating soon. Today, I will be focusing my remarks on the three issues: digitalization, taxation, and the green recovery. Now, first, however, let me just tell you about the economic outlook. Now, the COVID-19 pandemic has unleashed the worst health, economic, and social crisis of our lifetimes, claiming over 1 million lives. We now expect global GDP to fall by 4.5% this year. And some of the hardest hit G20 economies will see their GDP shrink by as much as 10%. Now, the actions of governments and central banks must continue to focus on a strong recovery. Maintaining a very accommodating macroeconomic policy remains essential. And of course, this means monetary accommodation, fiscal accommodation, and structural change, all the three pillars. And please don't stop the stimulus too soon. That's the mistake we made in the crisis of 2008, 2009. We should not do it again. There are also some issues that stem out of this. The developing countries, for example, which have less financial space, less financial possibilities to respond, and of course, have weaker institutions. The question of the debt on many of the developing countries, not only, by the way, the weakest or the poorest, which were the object of the initiative by the G20, but also the middle-income countries that are now finding it very difficult. And then the question of ODA. Remember, ODA, the Overseas Development Assistance, is only 154 billion officially. And we have thrown trillions and trillions, as much as 11, 12 trillion into the fight against COVID. You can imagine that just a little bit of that, a fraction of that, if you go to the developing countries or emerging economies, can do a lot of good. Now, let me turn to some of the issues that you will be discussing over the next few days. First, let me tell you about the OECD Coronavirus Hub. This is because we put everything we know about the COVID and the fight against the COVID in a single channel, It's called the OECD Coronavirus Hub. So far, 155 policy briefs have been deposited here for the benefit of all the policymakers around the world. We've received more than 1 million visits so far, mostly from policymakers. So what we asked our teams was to say, okay, if you do education, it's education and the COVID, and the SMEs and the COVID, tourism and the COVID, taxes and the COVID, health and the COVID, digital and the COVID, gender and the COVID, jobs and the COVID, environment in the COVID, finance in the COVID. So everything we do in every one of our aspects, but related to the COVID crisis, the COVID virus, and the consequences. So please visit the site. I'm sure you will find many of the pieces that we have produced useful for your policy purposes. Now, the question of the issues you've been discussing or will be discussing. The first one is about digitalization. COVID-19 is accelerating an already rapid digitalization transformation. Digital tools have helped many economies and societies avoid a complete standstill, keeping businesses running, children learning, and families connected. Artificial intelligence is playing a key role in every aspect of the crisis and of the crisis response, from detecting and diagnosing the virus to supporting the search for a vaccine. I'm aware that you will be debating no less than 8 reports on artificial intelligence in the coming days. Now, our biggest responsibility as policymakers is to think carefully about how to ensure responsible stewardship of trustworthy artificial intelligence. This is why last year we launched the OECD Artificial Intelligence Principles, the first ever intergovernmental standard to ensure that artificial intelligence systems are designed in a way that respects the rule of law, human rights, democratic values, and diversity. Our AI Policy Observatory is helping countries put these principles into practice. And we're also supporting the global partnership on artificial intelligence. Now, the G20 adopted OECD's artificial intelligence principles and made them the G20 artificial intelligence principles. So they adopted them and they called them their own, which we were very happy to contribute. Now, of particular interest to this group, as part of our OECD Global Parliamentary Network, we have established the OECD Parliamentary Group on AI, a legislative learning hub created just for parliamentarians and its membership and substance are enhanced by the PACE rapporteurs on artificial intelligence. So you are in the center of it, you're in the middle of it, you are participating very actively in it. So much promise here, Mr. President. So many unknowns, of course, huge regulatory challenges, competition, privacy, consumer protection, etc. Now, a second issue is to deliver a global agreement on taxes. The OECD has been working hard to build a fairer, more transparent international tax system, tackling BEPS issues, meaning base erosion and profit shifting, as well as the bottlenecks that are being faced by developing countries when it comes to taxing multinationals. We're also making tremendous progress on delivering a global solution to the tax challenges presented by our digitalized economies. Now, Pillar 1, as well as the digitalized economies, we call it the Pillar 1. You know, this is the way it's referred to among the jargon of the cognoscenti, is when you're talking about the global solution to the tax challenges presented by digital economies, we call it Pillar 1. But also we have been working on delivering a global minimum tax that we call the Pillar 2. Actually, just a few hours ago, Mr. President, the 137 members of the OECD G20 Inclusive Framework on BEPS, on base erosion and profit shifting, released the blueprints of the two-pillared approach, the blueprint of Pillar 1 and the blueprint of Pillar 2. We're inching closer to the finish line, but not quite there yet. Political differences remain to be bridged, and further technical works have to be finished, but political compromises, therefore, are needed so that a full-fledged consensus can be delivered by mid-2021. Let me say, we are delivering to the ministers today, to ministers of finance and central bank governors. I am presenting this on Wednesday, but at the same time, Mr. President, just to let you know, even when there were disagreements, what was very wise of this 137-member group, 137-country group, is that they decided to put their differences on the side and continue on the technical work. And this is why we have delivered now. Our work on automatic exchange of information is also helping to boost transparency. And this is about taxes, transparency about taxes. In 2019, Mr. President, automatic exchange of information resulted in the exchange of 84 million offshore accounts with a total value of around 10 trillion euros. 84 million bank accounts were made transparent and not made public, by the way. The Turkish accounts went to Turkey, the Mexican accounts went to Mexico, the Italian accounts went to Italy, the Swiss accounts went to Switzerland, the American accounts went to the United States. So each tax authority has the names and the details of the accounts of their own citizens, and that's all they need to know. But they're worth 10 trillion euros. That's about half of the US economy, just to give you an idea. This adds to the over 102 billion euros in additional revenues, which are already identified through voluntary compliance programs in advance of the the automatic exchange of information. Why, Mr. President? Because people know that there is nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. And therefore, they're going to the authorities to say, can we fix this problem? And then the authorities are having hundreds of thousands, of requests like that all over the world. And of course, they are dealing with it appropriately. Now, last but not least, the recovery is an opportunity to build back the economy in a way that protects the environment, that protects public health, that safeguards people's well-being. And I mean women, the elderly, the young, the children, the unskilled. This means restructuring key sectors towards low emissions, job creation, boosting renewable energy, energy efficiency, ecosystem restoration, and sustainable agriculture. Now, finance also has a critical role to play in support of a green, sustainable recovery. Large flows of private capital will need to be directed to new sectors and to new activities. The rise in environmental, social, and governance investing, the so-called ESG, is a positive development in this respect. But remember, Mr. President, the most important intergenerational responsibility is to protect and preserve our planet for our children and grandchildren. And that means the homework is still there. The homework is not yet done on climate change, on biodiversity. You know, as we speak, millions of vertebrates are becoming extinct. Corals are disappearing. Mangroves are disappearing. Forests are disappearing. The soil is disappearing. Water is being misused or abused. Oceans, you know, the drama of plastic, waste, overfishing, the air we breathe. We're talking about the whole of nature, the whole of our planet. And we need to do this on a multilateral basis. How else can we deal with trade, with investment, with migration, with climate or biodiversity, with pandemics? How else can you deal with these issues except they are global in nature? Therefore, we need to deal with them globally. We need to deal with them multilaterally. Otherwise, we will not make a lot of progress. Dear friends, the COVID-19 pandemic is a stark reminder of the transformational changes needed to build back better. But we can only change course if we act together. So let's harness the transformative power of collective action to create better policies for better lives. You can count on the OECD to continue working with you, but also for you, to shape the post-COVID-19 world in a way that is more inclusive, greener, and more resilient. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. Gurria, good friend Angel, for the inspiring remarks that you have made. Now, we know that your work has made transparent 84 million offshore accounts with a total value of more than 10 trillion US or euros, which is half of the US economy. Wow. One might figure that, a small portion of that could maybe help to do exactly what you have said, namely the intergenerational responsibility that we all have in order to make sure that the environment is preserved for the coming generation. As you know, we've discussed it before, one of the elements in the Council of Europe and in the Parliamentary Assembly that is of interest to us is to try to address this missing link between environment and human rights. I'm very glad that you mentioned it. As a matter of fact, we will, in April of next year, address exactly that issue, namely the missing link between environment and human rights, in order to address it in a comprehensive way. Also, thank you for your remarks on artificial intelligence. As you know, and you made the remark, we will be addressing this issue in a holistic approach next week on Thursday. If you want to have some of your people on board, you're very welcome to do so. And as a matter of fact, tomorrow, in this same kind of a holistic approach, we will address human rights and the COVID. Last but not least, in the January part session, the Assembly will consider indeed the report on fighting fiscal injustice and the work of the OECD on taxation of digital economy. And as I read this morning, it is not only concerning the issue of the digital economy, but also the large issue of the multinationals, who obviously have a planetary activity or a global activity, but as it so happens, they're not always too easy to address in terms of contributing to the country's economy in which they are active. The way you do it, how you do it, to what extent you do it, probably most of us will have a a bit of a different opinion, but the fact that any economic activity also has like another side of the coin, meaning the contribution to the society in which they thrive, seems logical that it needs to be addressed. I think that the OECD, under your very capable leadership, is doing great work to this extent, and thank you again for doing all this, and also giving us a little bit of a preview, because you're addressing us on today on Monday, and you're only addressing the ministers on Wednesday. So it's nice always to be a bit before that and being able to put some questions to you. So, of course, if you got some more secrets that you wish to share with us, Mr. Gurria, please do so. I mean, this is the forum. We got a lot of people online. We interested a lot of journalists to be there. So if you got a little bit more, I mean, feel free to share it with us.
No secrets for the Council of Europe from the OECD.
Yeah, well, we won't tell anyone, you know. You tell us a secret, we will keep it to ourselves. Anyway, having said this, thank you very much again for your address to the Parliamentary Assembly. We will now go into question time. I recall to the colleagues who requested for the floor, there's quite a number of them, to please stick to the 1 minute. I will head off with some representatives of the political groups to start. And the first on my list is someone that I suppose you know very well, on behalf of the Socialist Democrats of Ver, Mr. George Papandreou. George, you have the floor. You have to ask for the floor, George. George Papandreou. On the bottom to the right, please ask for the floor. You did so. You have the floor, George. Okay, and then we go to... Okay, George, you have to open your video and open your mic.
He's on mute.
Okay.
Right.
And now open your mic. Wow, this is a nice view.
Yes, sorry for the background. Welcoming Angel. Previous financial crisis 10 years ago, we dealt with it, but it left many people with deep inequalities, our societies and countries. But we also see that today, that the wealth, those who have wealth are getting wealthier, while at the other hand, we are seeing job losses, inequalities in health and education. Those who are lucky may do online jobs. But as you mentioned, this is also linked with this very, very important transformation and transition to a green, sustainable economy. Different types of consumption, production, food changes to energy. These are major transformations. So I would like you, Mr. Gurria, how does the OECD assess these challenges? What are your plans? How do you prepare and motivate leadership around the world to move this world to a socially just and green transition? Socially just and green transition. Do you assess that leaders understand the gravity of the situation, the challenges we are facing? Because if we don't deal with them effectively, we will be seeing more suffering, social conflict, and global conflict. And of course, authoritarianism and demagoguery.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, George. Now we go to Mr. George Katrougalos. Mr. Katrougalos, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I had the honor to work with General Secretary as Minister of Labour and as a rapporteur on the OECD, together with our colleague Céline Sage-Böke, rapporteur on equalities. We have called in a joint statement for supporting OECD proposals on the pandemic. But now I would like to ask you, Mr. General Secretary, to elaborate further on the OECD proposals on BEPS, tax fairness, and more especially digital taxation, exactly because I believe that now they are more pertinent than ever, exactly because GAFA, the multinational of digital, are stronger than ever. Jeff Bezos of Amazon has won in one day $13 billion, more than the budget of many countries. And Apple is now more valuable than the entire FTSE 100 companies of the City Stock Exchange. So I would like to ask you what we can do in the Council of Europe to help you forward your proposals. And regarding the United States, are their reticences, their second thoughts permanent, or you hope that after the elections we could have a breakthrough? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on our list, and we will take 5 at the same time, we now have Mr. Vardanyan. You have the floor.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mr. Secretary General. You have touched upon the issue of artificial intelligence, and I understood that your organization is mostly engaged in the economic issues and not discuss the political ones, but the role of PAC to discuss the issues of democracy and human rights. And I would like to ask the following. What are the steps of OECD in limiting the transfer of artificial intelligence technologies to the countries which use them for the weaponry production, which actually transfer finally to the persons who committed international wrongful acts, and especially who commits. Can you hear me?
Yes.
It's because I see the 1 minute, and that's why I decided just to ask. What are you doing? What are your guidelines for this issue? We address the issue of the artificial intelligence and using of this kind of technology since, just a couple of days ago, Prime Minister of Canada decided to suspend selling munitions and technologies to Turkey, taking into account that these munitions are using for committing of internationally wrongful acts. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We will now go to Mr. Leite Ramos. Mr. Leite Ramos, you have the floor. Mr. Leite Ramos, you have to request for the floor again because you disappeared. Mr. Leite Ramos.
There.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Vous l'avez dit, merci pour votre intervention. Vous l'avez dit, l'épidémie de la COVID-19 a plongé le monde dans une très grande incertitude. Les économies tentent de se relever, mais la tentation de revenir en arrière, c'est-à-dire dans le passé, dans le business as usual, est très grande. Vous avez parlé de l'économie verte et du défi énorme dans le combat contre les changements climatiques. J'ai 3 questions assez rapides. La première, comment vous pensez convaincre vos ministres et les gouvernements nationaux pour utiliser dans leur plan de relance les moyens pour investir dans un développement plus inclusif et plus vert? Deuxièmement, pensez-vous que le soutien public, et là j'inclus aussi le système financier, doit observer, il doit exiger aux entreprises et aux économies le respect des clauses sociales et vertes, et comment le faire, notamment dans le système financier? Et pour terminer, qu'est-ce que vous en pensez par rapport aux besoins de la plupart des pays de garder, du point de vue stratégique, quelques secteurs ou activités centrales dans le domaine de la santé ou dans les énergies renouvelables pour affronter des nouveaux défis dans l'avenir? Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Now we will have Madam Bayer, and then Mr. Gurria will give you the floor, and after that we'll go for a next round of questions. Madam Bayer, you have the floor.
Yeah. Hello, thank you very much. Mr. Secretary General, you mentioned the poor official development assistance performance of many countries. Many have not yet met the 0.7% of their gross national income for development cooperation, including my country, for instance. But beside development assistance, also coherent policy is a key for good life for all. That means a policy that supports and not undermine development goals. So what mechanisms the OECD can provide and to motivate countries to perform a policy coherence for sustainable development, including trade, economy, tax, investment, ecology, human rights, climate, and many more different fields of politics. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gurria, you have the floor, after which we will have a next round of questions. Mr. Gurria, you have the floor, no time limit.
Well, thank you very much. George Papandreou's comments, I would say that the problems that you describe are not new. This is something which is, again, we have to remind ourselves. We had the problems, we had the pressures, we had the climate change, we had the poverty problems, we have the development problems. What happened with COVID is that everything became very dramatically obvious. And in many cases, we could no longer hide the fact that our systems were inadequate and were underinvested and they're understaffed, including in some of the most developed countries in the world. So when you're talking about different types of production, when you're talking about how do we assess the challenges, how to move to restore a more resilient, a more inclusive, a greener transition, and at the same time avoid authoritarianism. Basically, I would say these are the same agendas. The same agendas you were pursuing, by the way, in the Parliamentary Assembly in the Council of Europe, because they all have to do. The bottom line is they all have to do with well-being, with the individual, with the men, the women, the children. It's about the people, and it's about well-being that we're talking about. Now, what happens with the COVID is there's an acceleration of the realization. There's also a certain brutality, because not only is this a very contagious problem, but it's the single most global phenomenon that we have found, and that includes 100 years, because for whatever little we know about 100 years ago in another pandemic, it was more localized than it is today, simply because of the movement and the travel, etc. So clearly, the question is to, when we're talking about building back better, you're talking about investing more on infrastructure that is greener, investing more on infrastructure that takes care more of social justice, investing more on policies that will train the unemployed, those skills, because the problem is that this time around, we are having the greatest impact on the unskilled, whereas in the crisis of 2008, 2009, the big impact was on the middle skilled. The other big difference here is that in 2008, 2009, we knew how much it cost to save General Motors, or to save Ford Motor Company, or to save the creditors of Lehman Brothers, because we had decided that Lehman Brothers was not going to be saved, but then the creditors of Lehman Brothers were saved, and we knew how much that cost. And there was it was a big decision to see whether you wanted to pay for it or not. Once you did, you paid for it, and that was it. The problem is that we don't know when this stops. As we speak, there's a second wave, or the end of the first wave, or whatever it is, the number of waves, but it's flaring up. It's growing in practically all of Europe, including the countries that already thought that they had it beat, that they had it. And therefore, the question of preparing better, and then the question of this false dilemma, as I mentioned. They're saying, well, should we fight for our health and our lives, or should we fight for our livelihoods, which means the economy? That is a false dilemma. We have to fight against the virus with everything we have in order to beat it, in order to kill it, in order to find the vaccine or the medicine, and therefore stop the growing costs of the consequences of the pandemic. So there you are, in terms of education, in terms of skills, in terms of health, in terms of the quality of work, in terms of green. So you're talking about new types of productions that will be respectful of these different angles. Let me now just comment on the final thought about authoritarianism. Many countries are using the excuse of the COVID-19 in order to deny to their citizens their inherent rights, and therefore there are some authoritarian streaks that are being identified or perceived. And of course, you are the big place for this. We should not let this happen, and we should, of course, denounce this. George Katogalos, thank you for supporting OECD's proposals. Thank you for supporting the proposals involved or implicit in our OECD coronavirus hub. On the BEPS, base erosion, profit shifting, tax fairness, the digital taxes, you're saying the GAFAs or the GAFAM are stronger than ever, and therefore they're going to resist change. Not necessarily. The more enlightened of them are saying that they would like the legal certainty that comes with having an internationally agreed framework for the taxation of the digital activities. Why? Because they're very smart and they know how much they have at stake. And they know that after the COVID-19 crisis, after the post-COVID, the countries are going to be in dire need of resources. And where are they going to go? They're going to go to those companies that made a lot of money during the crisis or made even more money because of the crisis. And they are going to try to get as much as they can from them. And it's going to be from many of these companies that are increasingly setting the pace for the digital economy. Therefore, I would suggest to you that today there's a lot more support among the private sector and among even the digital businesses for a negotiated multilateral solution than there is for a just leave it alone and let's see what happens position. Now, let me also say the following. The alternative to no agreement around the OECD proposals on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 on the digital economy, etc., is a multiplication of many, many countries, dozens of countries going it alone, giving in to the political imperative of taxing the digital economy, and then facing retaliation by other countries who will feel that this is against their own companies. And therefore, when you're talking about a European country, then because tariffs will go in the field of trade, and trade is not for every country, but the European Commission, the 28 are involved, and it will be a mess. The last thing you want in today's world is to have a revival of the trade tensions that cost us already, even before COVID, a lot of growth, a lot of well-being, and a lot of jobs, a lot of investment. So basically, yes, I believe that the US are going to be, actually, the US are among the 137 countries that have been working with us. Of course, yes, I accept that it was the US that basically in December of 2019 sent us a letter about the safe harbor, which caused a lot of stress among the different members of the inclusive framework, the 137 or the 136. But what did they do in their wisdom? They said, okay, we disagree on this with the US, but we are going to continue to work together, including the US, towards the technical solutions. And then all that is today on the table. And hopefully tomorrow, immediately after there are some political decisions that are taken by the electorate in the United States, we will resume this work. So yes, have we been delayed? Yes, from December of 2020 to the mid 2021, but the rest of the work is there. We have rescued it. The countries in their wisdom have decided to continue to working. So I would say that all the elements are there for the solution, and we know what the alternative is, which is a mess. And we don't want a mess. So let's go for the multilateral solution. What can you do to support, George? What you can do is recommend to the members, recommend to the countries, recommend to the governments that they support the multilateral solution that is being proposed by the US. Now, Mr. Vardanyan, the question of limiting artificial intelligence transfers to things like weapons production or other undesirable objectives. No, the artificial intelligence is not anybody's monopoly. It doesn't come out of one single place, and then you can control whether it goes to a place or doesn't go to a place. Artificial intelligence is happening every day, is happening in every single company, or at least a medium, large-scale company. Algorithms are being produced for everything that we do in the world. And AI is therefore moving ahead at enormous speed, much faster than we can track it. Can we therefore limit the transfer to undesirable objectives? To some extent, to the extent that it's possible to identify and to do so by regulation in some of our countries, yes, but please do not underestimate the capacity even of the companies and even state-sponsored research by the countries that would like to have a stronger position. I think what we can do there is to continue to advance on what I would call the trustworthy, good AI, so that we are in a position where this can, actually overcome or eventually even overwhelm what I would call the bad AI. The principles are precisely looking at ethics. Ethics is the number one consideration of the principles. Mr. Leiter Ramos, how to commencer to put in place plans that are resilient, inclusive, and green, how to demand companies to do the same. Let me just show you, or let me just mention to you, Business for Inclusive Growth. 40 companies, one of the largest companies in the world from every continent in the world, employing more than 4 million people, selling more than, I don't know, $1 trillion or something like that. And all of them committed, they signed a pledge to be good citizens in the world, and then to continue to look at this. And this was before COVID, and then they changed to focus on COVID, to fighting COVID, and to help not only their employees, but also their clients. So I would say that you don't choose health, you don't choose energy, you basically work on all the different angles and the different subjects and the different themes as we go along. Madame Baer, you are absolutely right. We have not even reached 0.7%, which is the stated goal, self-declared goal of the developed countries, the DAC member countries, 0.7%. It's an internationally agreed target, UN blessed target. But we, in many cases, we're actually about half there. So this is why I'm saying, just imagine that you can double the 154 billion, that you can actually go to 0.7. Now, it only takes 1/60th or 1/70th of what the countries have invested in fighting the COVID. Why? Because they have invested, as I said, about 10 trillion, 11 trillion. So there's a lot of room for the generosity, but also the common sense and the wisdom of the more developed countries, because it would not take very much away from them. And at the same time, it would give a lot. It would mean a lot to the developing countries and emerging economies, including on the side of debt relief and debt forgiveness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. We got a lot of questions still out there, so I hope that you still have a little bit of time.
Yes.
Okay. Well, we've got about 8, so I will propose to have like 4 or 5. Please try to restrain in less than a minute if possible, in order for everyone to have a...
I will restrain also my answers, Monsieur le Président.
Well, that is lovely. I mean, as long as the content stays there, Mr. Secretary General, obviously, because we both are a bit... Right. Okay, let's head out. We have now first on the list, Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd, you've got the floor.
Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Gurria, for your remarks. Can I make first of all the point that even with COVID, the lack of cooperation internationally, where we need that cooperation if we're to defeat COVID globally, is simply not there. You hear me okay, Mr. Gurria?
Yes, I heard you. Yeah. The international cooperation is simply not there.
Perfect.
When we most need it.
As we move to a green recovery, technological transfer is going to be fundamental. A simple question, possibly a very difficult to answer. How do we incentivize the world to agree to that technological transfer?
Thank you very much. We now have Mr. Cox. Mr. Cox.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gurria. It has been a pleasure to see you time and again in the past 15 years in our assembly. Always open to address issues and to work together with our assembly. For example, on the issue of growth and inequality, I recall the fruitful discussions that we had. Now we are leaving OECD, so we will miss you in the future. So I think it's time also on behalf of the colleagues in the Assembly to say thank you very much. I think under your leadership, the organization, the OECD, has developed quite significantly. 15 years ago, you could not call the OECD a radical organization. You still cannot call that today. But nevertheless, last year in one of your conferences on averting systemic collapse, you said, Mr. Secretary General, and I quote you now, we need to completely overhaul our economic thinking and the policy advice that follows from it. Could you perhaps elaborate a bit on this conclusion of you and the OECD that you do not have to be a radical and you still can be a very realistic person to come to this very radical conclusion? And once again, Mr. Secretary General, thank you very much for the fruitful and most interesting debates that we had in the past 15 years. It was my pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Cox, but you never know that maybe when Angel goes away from OECD, we can hire him, right? I mean, just a suggestion. Okay, let's go. That was not an offer yet, okay? So now we go to Mrs. Bienrolf-Stodir. You've got the floor. Rosa, where are you?
So sorry about this. Thank you so much, Mr. Gurria, for your intervention. And I want to praise you and thank you at the OECD for your accent and focus on the green recovery, greener economy, greener jobs out of this crisis. That's the only way, as you mentioned. As already has been said, the current crisis will hit harder vulnerable groups than the crisis in 2008. Especially immigrants, women and young people and unskilled people, as you mentioned. How optimistic are you that the member states of the OECD and other states will embrace your policy? And how do we fight the risk of increased inequality that is now a huge challenge, as the World Bank's new poverty projection shows, that suggests that in 2021, additional 110 to 150 million people will have fallen into extreme poverty, which is a huge amount of people. So how do you see this engagement of the member states? It's an open question, but I would like to hear your thoughts on that. Thank you so much and good luck in your work.
Thank you. We now have Madam Silic. Madam Silic, video and mic, please. Okay, we will go then to the next one, which is Dame Cheryl Gillian. You have the floor.
Thank you. Can I thank you, Mr. Gurria, as a former rapporteur on the OECD. I would also like to add to the remarks of my colleague Tini Cox, and thank you for your work. On the political committee, we said early on in this pandemic that democracy must not be sacrificed on the altar of COVID-19, but I still see that as an ever and present danger. I wondered if you saw that also as an ever and present danger, which has still not been taken off the agenda as the temperatures rise in various countries. And I'm delighted to see that you have put the green recovery at the heart of your remarks today, but isn't it a fact that most countries are still dealing with the crisis on a day-to-day basis, and any green recovery is virtually on hold? For example, COP26 has now been delayed by 12 months. I wondered what contribution the OECD would be making to COP26. And lastly, you recommended a shift towards public investment in new forms of growth rather than propping up sectors that might take years to recover. I wondered if you could be more specific about that so that we can understand your thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dame Chair. We now have a second go for Madam Selic from Turkey. Madam Selic, you have the floor. We are apparently experiencing some problems with Madam Selic. Okay, we will then go to Mr. Eker from Turkey. Mr. Eker, you have the floor. Microphone, please.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Secretary General, for your presentation. We appreciate the work of OECD on many issues, especially regarding the fight against the COVID-19 in many sectors, such as health, transportation, tourism, and others. I wonder whether would you work on or consider on, if you did not it so far, about the effects on food and agricultural sector. As you know, in LDC countries, in less developed countries, there are around more than 800 million people that are suffering from hunger and malnutrition. So the cooperation is essential, and for the health security, the food security is the essential issue sector. Would you consider to work on that issue, or would you suggest any type of sort of cooperation in any projects to ease the hunger issue and malnutrition issue?
Thank you very much. Now we go to Mr. Maniero. Alvise, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'd really like to ask your point of view, Mr. Secretary General, about the opportunity for maybe completely review the pillars of the economic fiscal policy in the European Union, because of course in the Council of Europe we are dealing with rights, but rights to be upheld need resources, and now the Eurozone is not growing. So maybe it's time to look with a different kind of eyes to fiscal compact and the growth and stability pact. I see a continent which is very worried about inflation, but it's not worried about unemployment. And if we now look at the dimension of the monetary intervention by the central banks, we see the Fed in America, the federal bank, making more than twice the monetary intervention in Europe, or the Bank of Japan is about 50% more intense with monetary programs. And of course, I'm stating data compared to the dimension of the gross domestic products. So compared with proportion of the respective economies. So I ask you this, maybe it's time to completely turn a new page and change these fundamentals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alvise. Maintenant, nous allons à Madame Vonnet de la France. Madame Vonnet, vous avez la parole. Madame Vonner. Micro, s'il vous plaît. Micro, s'il vous plaît. Il faut ouvrir le micro, Madame Vonner.
Madame Bonnet, unmute, please. Unmute, please. Unmute your microphone. Madame Bonnet, on ne peut pas vous écouter parce que vous avez le micro fermé. Vous avez le micro fermé. Il faut l'ouvrir.
Il y a quelque part un petit micro qu'il faut toucher sur votre écran. Ah. Bon. Bon, Madame Vonner, on va prendre le prochain et vous reconnecter. On va essayer de régler le problème. So now we have Mr. Altun Yaldis. Mr. Altun Yaldis, you have the floor. Madame Vonner, on vous reprend par après. Mr. Altun Yaldis, please. Non. Madame Vonner, vous reconnectez, sinon on clôture malheureusement la liste. Voilà, on a Altun Yaldis. Mr. Altun Yaldis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. And I thank you, Mr. Brea, for his, for your comprehensive presentation and speech. As globalization, technological progress, and demographic changes are rapidly occurred, governance of skill system becomes more important to answer all the needs of this rapidly growing and changing world. From labor markets to education, from the industry to other policy domains, managing skills efficiently and designing the most effective public policy could be somewhat complex. I know there is an OECD report called Strengthening the Governance of Skill System, which identified 4 main challenges of skills system governance. How 6 different example countries, the countries, have responded to one or several of these challenges.
Conclude.
And besides that, I'm just concluding. What would you think about governance of skills system and these challenges, and how would you link to its artificial intelligence opportunities may be provided? I thank you.
Thank you very much. On essaye de nouveau, Madame Vonner. Madame Vonner, vous avez la parole.
Ah, j'ai l'impression que ça marche.
Ça marche, vous avez la parole.
Oui, oui, merci. Merci beaucoup. Donc tout à l'heure, en prenant la parole, je vous remerciais en introduction, Monsieur Guria, pour toute votre action au niveau de l'OCDE et pour vos premières réponses. Je vais essayer d'être très courte. Aujourd'hui, en France, le gouvernement a particulièrement été sensible à l'accompagnement des auto-entrepreneurs, des entrepreneurs, des entreprises qui se sont trouvés face à des difficultés très importantes pendant le confinement. Mais on sait très bien qu'il va y avoir néanmoins un impact à prévoir pour les prochains mois, impact économique très fort, puisqu'il y a eu des prêts garantis par l'État, mais la situation économique étant ce qu'elle est, avec une urgence sanitaire qui continue partout sur le territoire, on sait très bien que des petites entreprises vont être en grande difficulté. Et j'aimerais avoir votre regard justement au niveau européen sur peut-être votre vision du premier semestre 2021. Je vous remercie.
Très gentil, merci. Mr. Secretary General, would you be able to deliver your answers within the time frame of 15 minutes? Would that be doable, please?
Yes. With Mr. Lloyd, the answer is it's going to be tough. International cooperation not there. The tech transfer difficulties. How do we incentivize the tech transfer? One of the biggest problems that we have today is that besides the trade tensions, there are some tensions about technology, and the tensions of technology are leading to an East-West divide again. This time between China and the United States, but also the rest of Europe. And therefore, it's almost like we are in a situation where we're going to have to choose that if we're not, if you're either with me or against me, or with them or against them, etc. And where it used to be that the technological progress in each one of the countries would complement itself. And although there would be competition, there would be a complementation. Right now, we're in danger of losing that. The incentive is going to transfer technology is going to be very difficult. Mr. Cox, thank you so much for your comments. Thank you so much for your reference to my work at the OECD and for the OECD itself. We don't aim to be radical, but we do need to overhaul the economic thinking. This is why we launched the NAEC, the new approaches to economic challenges. We just had the meeting, the yearly meeting of the NAEC, and we had some of the best and brightest minds in the world. We had Monsieur Piketty, we had Esther Duflo, and we had David Parker of New Zealand, and we've had 3 or 4 Nobel Prizes, and we've had people from all walks of life, because what we're trying to do is simply because our motto is better policies for better lives. You see it behind me, better policies for better lives. Therefore, the question is, how can we give advice or suggest better policies to our member countries and the partner countries, about 100 partner countries, when we don't have the benefit of the best and the brightest minds in the world to tell us what is they're thinking about it. It doesn't mean that we're going to immediately move to that in terms of public policies, because there are constraints. We are a multilateral organization. Not all the best practices can be adopted by countries immediately. There are political realities. There are political parties that support, some political parties that oppose. But the new approaches to economic challenges, like the Inclusive Growth Initiative. We've even created very recently the WISE Center. WISE is well-being, inclusiveness, sustainability, and equal opportunity center. So WISE Center, precisely to put together all the things that we know about focusing on the person, the persons, the people, rather than the economy and the larger numbers. So, Ms. Breinhofsdottir, I hope that went down well in terms of the pronunciation. But let me just say, the question of the risk of the increased inequality Actually, it's already happening, but was happening even before. We have been denouncing inequality, growing inequality. In 2008, we published something called Growing Unequal with a question mark. In 2011, we removed the question mark, and we wrote a big piece called Divided We Stand, which removed the question mark from the growing unequal. And then in 2015, we published one called In It Together, meaning tracing the origin of inequality to mostly the labor market. And then we published one called The Broken Social Elevator, which was denouncing the lack of capillarity. And then last year we published one called The Squeezed Middle Classes, denouncing that the middle classes, which are the ones who support most of our societies, our governments, who go and vote, the people that we see on the streets every day, they are being squeezed because staying with the middle class, being a member of the middle class, is more and more expensive every day, while the wages and the income that they receive are becoming flatter, and therefore there's a growing use of the revenue of these families and growing deficits. So yes, COVID runs the danger of exacerbating a trend that was already there. And we have to do everything we can to document it, to denounce it, and then to propose policies to stop it. Dame Gilliam, democracies must not be sacrificed in the altar of COVID-19. Indeed, I'm going to take this phrase and maybe not pay you too many authors' rights for it, but we are certainly going to use it and repeat it again and again. Green recovery is at the heart of the problem, but urgency is overcoming how green we want to become. And unfortunately, it is true that this year, 2020, was going to be the year of the environment, the year of not only COP26, but also the year of COP 15, is it, on diversity, and we were going to have desertification, and we were going to have the chemicals, and we were going to have about 5 or 6 very, very important environmentally related events, and all of them were put to next year. Maybe it's a good thing in the sense that we are really preparing much better for them, and we have to make it count. But certainly, these are issues which should not wait, that we cannot delay the policy decisions, because, Dame Gillian, what we do today is going to be there in the next 40 years. Therefore, today we are already determining the fate of our children and grandchildren. So now shifting towards public investment is because this is where the big deficit is, and also because some of the investment things will not be done by the private sector, because the private sector will not find immediate benefit from it, whereas the public investment can do this, and then at the same time encourage the private sector to invest here. And also because saving the private sector, quote unquote saving, is not just a question of saying, okay, don't let any company die. Many of these companies, that includes very large companies and including SMEs, millions of SMEs, may not survive the COVID-19 pandemic. Typically, a small and medium enterprise has a few months liquidity. after a few months, without official support, they would go out of business. And this may be happening. And especially you have seen in the United States, they supported the companies and the unemployed, the people, for a few months, but then they have now not agreed, or not yet agreed, hopefully they will, on a new package. And this is, of course, having very serious impacts. And you can see it in the curves of unemployment and of the people who are filing for unemployment benefits, etc. Mr. Ecker, the question of, well, I would say, yes, we have the supply side, okay, yes. Is it continuing to produce? Yes, but we have losses in of transport. We have losses in the tourism. We have losses of income. Simply, you know, the question of the demand side of the economy is suffering because there are many people who no longer have jobs, who no longer have revenue, who no longer have income, and therefore are not going to be able to buy things. And if, you know, millions of people are in that situation, then you're going to have problems in every single area of the economy. That happened mostly for tourism and SMEs in the beginning, but it's now generalizing. Mr. Maniero, the opportunity to review the pillars of taxes in the EU. Let me just say, you're saying they are focusing too much on inflation, not enough on growth. I would say that perhaps this is not the case. I would disagree with you that for once, first of all, there isn't an imminent danger of inflationary pressures. The economies are, by definition, under the threshold, and therefore there's a lot of spare capacity. And inflation only happens when you are pushing spare capacity to the limit and when you run out of it. And also you have seen that some countries are doing 10, 15, 20, even 30% of their GDPs. Now, sometimes in the form of guarantees, not always in the form of direct expenditure, but direct expenditure, you're seeing anywhere from 3, 5, 7, up to 10%. So I would say that the countries who can afford it are doing what they must. And frankly, the European Central Bank is also doing very, very important things. And frankly, again, you know, the Fed may be leading, and the Bank of Japan may have started earlier, but the ECB is also doing just unheard of, new approaches, like buying debt that is not in a manner that is not proportional to the stakes that each country has, and also by considering the possibility of buying private debt, buying debt that reduces the spreads, that does not penalize countries, and that allowing for some of the debt to be bought by the central bank, issued by the government, so that it will reduce the spreads and will make it possible for those countries to borrow further in the markets, etc. So I think the central banks are doing whatever they can. I think the central banks are heroes, and that includes the Central Bank of Europe. However, I think that now the governments must follow that the expenditure, the public expenditure must follow. It is following in some cases, not in others. And also that structural change must continue to happen. Mr. Altunyaldis, I would you mentioned the question of governance and the control skills and the AI. I would say the two are closely related, but not everybody has to be an expert in AI. But everybody has to have some skills that will allow them to defend themselves in a more technology-heavy workplace going forward. And as I said, right now, the hardest hit sector is those of the lowest, the low skilled. And this is making it more difficult because they are the people who can, once they move away from the labor market, they can stay away from the labor market for a long time, and then they will be more difficult to rescue, more difficult to put back in the labor market. So let's try to work with them so that we can upskill them, reskill them, that they can have enough skills in the new world, in the brave new post-COVID world. Then, Madame Vonner, merci pour vos paroles. Je dirais que oui, les prêts garantis par l'État ont joué un rôle très très important, mais j'ai l'impression qu'ils ne sont pas utilisés, ou ils sont sous-utilisés. Et aussi, dans beaucoup de fois, surtout dans ce qui concerne les petites et moyennes industries et les grandes industries, il y a un problème de si la dette est la solution ou s'il faut capital. Ça veut dire qu'il faut trouver les manières dans lesquelles on peut capitaliser les entreprises au lieu de les endetter encore plus. Le premier semestre de 2021 va être dur, va être difficile. Dans le premier semestre de 2021, on va vraiment trouver tous les dégâts, on va trouver toutes les pertes, on va voir quelles sont les entreprises qui seront capables de surmonter le grand défi. Et malheureusement, Madame Vonner, on aura une ambiance de souple ou, disons, modeste croissance. Et même à la fin de 2021, on sera, du point de vue de revenus per capita, etc., au-dessous de la fin de 2019. Parce que la chute de 2020 était brutale, sera brutale, est encore brutale, continue à se développer. Et si nous avons une deuxième vague, comme il semble qu'il pourrait avoir, et on voit des lockdowns, des fermetures d'autres secteurs, il y a déjà des fermetures partielles, et naturellement que l'impact sur l'économie sera plus dur. Et bon, je vois un premier semestre 2021 compliqué. On a pronostiqué, on prévoit un rebondissement de 5% dans le 2021 pour l'économie du monde en général, mais dans l'économie de l'Europe, par exemple, ça va se compliquer si on continue avec la tendance actuelle des infections et aussi la pression sur le système de santé. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Muchas gracias. I recall to our colleagues that at the January part session, the Assembly will consider the report on fighting fiscal injustice and the work of the OECD on taxation and digital economy. This is why, Mr. Secretary General, I'm not going to say goodbye to you because I'm going to call on you, if it need be 5 times, 20 times, 100 times, to get you on board still in January, if possible. Obviously, because this is basically what we will be working on together. So I really thank you extremely, very much having you today with us, and I hope that I am able to convince you to again be with us in January. And believe me, my late mother always told me, a no you have, a yes you can get. So I will come after you to get a yes for the January session. Thank you very, very much for today, and hope to see you soon.
Count on it, please.
Voila, so the yes we got. Thank you very much, and see you again in January, Mr. Ankeloria. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's now continue our meeting. We take back where we left out, namely on the current affairs debate. We dealt with the urgent procedure with the vote. The Bureau also recommended holding today, by the way, a current affairs debate on the armed conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I suppose that there are no objections. If there are any objections, please let us know through asking the floor. I do not see, oops, I see something, voila. Yeah, but with all due respect to all our friends of Azerbaijan and Armenia, you're like wheeling in on the request list. I suppose that you agree on having the debate, or not? Wow. I mean, why not? We've got like already 15 down there. More, yeah. We are not in the debate. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do something which is probably a bit weird, but I am going to suppose that all the people asking for the floor are asking for the floor for the debate and not on the question whether we will have the debate. So I don't know whether I'm allowed to do so, Mr. Secretary General, to declare the debate to be held. Okay, so under the authority of the Secretary General, this point then is done. So we will have the current affairs debate later on. We will now have all the people in the speakings list to be thrown off, as they say. And once the current affairs debate starts, which will be in about 20 minutes, you all will have the opportunity to ask for the floor again. I do apologize for being a little bit short on this one, because otherwise this will never end. Okay, then we go to the agenda. We must now adopt the revised agenda for this meeting. We did have Mr. Tomaritis on the agenda, right? Mr. Tomaritis, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, I would propose to add to the tomorrow's agenda another item under the title Other Businesses. And I think it's a very important and serious matter with a general title, let's say, the illegal decision of Turkey to reopen part of the coastal front of the fenced-off town of Famagusta in blatant violation of United Nations Security Council resolutions. And I want this matter to be discussed tomorrow if it's possible.
Thank you very much. May I recall all the colleagues and friends to continuously ask for the floor. It's not a contest of who is first. I mean, you will be able to speak, so we will have to reject you. As to the question of Mr. Tomaritis, we will add it to the end of tomorrow's works, if that is okay with you and everyone. Is that okay, Mr. Secretary General, to add it? It is?
Thanks very much.
Okay. Then we now have the revised draft agenda being accepted. Thank you. Then we have number 8, Standing Committee meeting approval of the minutes. Okay. I suppose the minutes. I have Mr. Yildiz. Is this on the minutes, Mr. Yildiz? Mr. Yildiz, you have the floor on the minutes. Just a second.
Mr. Chairman, I had asked the floor to object the proposal of Greek colleague on the new item on the agenda. It is not necessary. It is an issue of bilateral nature between Greek and Turkish sacred sites in Cyprus. It shouldn't be included in the agenda.
Okay, well, I hear your request, but I do suppose that there will be a large majority, as there was for the urgent affairs debate, to discuss some other issues. I mean, I can go back to the issue, but you need to know that then we will need to have a vote, and then we need probably to cut into the time for the current affairs debate. Do you really want to have a vote on the issue, Mr. Yildiz?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Okay, then we will go back to the issue. I mean, it's the right of everyone to have a vote. So we had the request of Mr. Tomaritis. We have an objection by Mr. Yildiz. Those who accept to add it to the agenda tomorrow, which is my proposal, by the way, vote yes. No, those who accept it adding at the end of the agenda tomorrow, vote yes. Those who object to adding it, vote no. The vote is open. Just a second, we have to open the vote. The vote is open. Vote is open. I do apologize. We are trying to organize this well. As again, you know, this is our first enlarged standing committee, so those accepting adding it at the end of the meeting tomorrow, vote yes. The colleagues who oppose it, vote no. Vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General, may I have the result, please?
Yes. Again, a certain number of members without voting rights took part in the vote, so I have to deduct all this number from the results. So those in favor are 22, those against are 4, and 3 abstentions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary General. Therefore, this is added to the agenda as proposed. I come back now to point 8. And I do apologize to Mr. Yildiz that I was not able to give him the floor at the moment itself, but as all of our colleagues are seeing, I mean, there's like many colleagues all the time asking for the floor. I have no possibility of knowing whether it is on the point at hand or if it is on the current affairs debate. I can only suspect that at some point in time. So now we have the minutes of the Standing Committee of this September 15th. Well, I have to give the floor to the people requesting it. I do hope it is not on the minutes. I have now Mr. Zoharabian. You have the floor on the minutes.
Moi n'est pas concernant le protocole. Ma parole sera concernant
merci beaucoup.
Le deuxième.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais bien demander à tous les collègues maintenant de demander la parole sur le point que nous sommes en train de traiter. Can I please ask every colleague, I can understand all the feelings and the excitement, but please only ask the floor at the point at hand. This is really disturbing the good functioning of our meeting. Merci, thank you. So then the minutes are approved. Now we go to point 9, Dates of the Assembly part sessions. Mr. Secretary General, would you please get everyone off the list of speakers at this point? Thank you very much. And may I request again only to take the floor on the point at hand. I am going to be severe. If I see people taking the floor not at the point at hand before the current affairs debate, I will put you last on the list. This is very clear. Thank you very much. Point 9. Dates of Assembly part sessions. You will find the revised document uploaded. Do we have any comments on this? No, thank you. Reference to the committees, and by the way, I was not angry because you really do not want to see me angry. Number point 10, reference to committees. We have references as it has been proposed by the Bureau. I have Mr. Yildiz of Turkey asking for the floor. Mr. Yildiz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry for taking the floor again, but I see among the documents to be referred to the committees the motion on safeguarding peace and stability in the Eastern Mediterranean. I strongly object that because, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, the experience proved that the real venue for solution of Turkish-Greek problem, Turkish and Cyprus problem, is the serious bilateral negotiations. Referring this motion to the committee will cause continuous heated debate in the committee. We should draw lessons from previous mistakes, such as the accession of the Greek Cypriots unilateral to the EU, which has harmed a lot of international cooperation in the region. It poisoned relations between Turkey and the EU in general, and it encouraged the Greek Cypriots to continue their intransigence of 6 decades. Also, Greek intransigence on fair sharing of the maritime zones. That's why I request understanding
Thank you.
Of the colleagues to reject this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yildiz. I would really appreciate all of our colleagues. I mean, we know that our meetings are like not so easy. Please stick to the 1 minute. We have the request from Mr. Yildiz. We cannot say yes or no as a reference. The only thing we can do in this standing committee is to send it back to the Bureau. So we'll now have a vote on the issue. It is the number 7 on the reference to committees. Those who vote yes are resending it to the Bureau. Those who vote no agree with the reference to the Committee on Political Affairs for report. So yes is back to the Bureau. No is okay, clearance for report to the Political Committee. The vote is open. Okay, the vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General, if you could give us the result of the vote.
Yes, again, I have to deduct certain number of members. Could I again ask only those members who have voting rights in the committee to take part in the vote? It will facilitate our life. So those who voted in favor are 5. Those who voted against are 15 and 5 abstentions.
Thank you very much. This means that the proposal for a report to the political committee stands, and it is as such decided. And so then we have the reference to committees dealt with. The next 2 items, colleagues, are two reports which were already debated at the last standing committee meeting on September 15. The draft texts were not adopted because we did not get the quorum. Today we should therefore vote on those texts without debate. I stress this, without debate, before moving to the current affairs debate. And as you've seen, we have a lot of interest, logically so, for the current affairs debate. The first one is the Legal Affairs and Human Rights Committee, only the vote. We have a draft resolution on drug policy and human rights in Europe, a baseline study, to which 13 amendments and one sub-amendment to Amendment 12 have been tabled. I would like to remind you that all the amendments to the draft resolution, except Amendment 12 and a sub-amendment to Amendment 12, were unanimously adopted by the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights. Therefore, at our last meeting, these amendments were declared adopted. According to Rule 34(11), we now have to proceed to a vote on Amendment 12 and sub-amendment to Amendment 12, of which we didn't consider at our last meeting because we didn't have a quorum. Okay, let's try to do this orderly and in a swift manner. Therefore, I call Mr. Leite Ramos to support Amendment 12. Mr. Leite Ramos, if you can please ask the floor. Is Mr. Leite Ramos in the meeting? Okay. Mr. Leite Ramos, Monsieur Leite Ramos.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, je n'ai pas ici avec moi l'amendement 12, donc je peux que le rappeler en termes du sens de la Commission. L'idée, c'était une proposition qui nous a été faite par le rapporteur dans le sens d'ajouter quelques précisions et clarifier quelques aspects du rapport.
Merci. I now call Mr. Silevic to support the sub-amendment on behalf of the Legal Affairs Committee. So we're now on the sub-amendment to amendment number 12. Mr. Silevic.
Yes, thank you, President. The idea of this sub-amendment is to soften a little bit the amendment suggested by the opinion. So, namely, the substance is that we disagree that under all circumstances, people underage cannot be punished for drug abuse, to be very short. So, in our view, our amendment, our sub-amendment makes the entire amendment more balanced. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against the sub-amendment? Okay, since there is no one speaking against the sub-amendment, can we consider it adopted, Mr. Secretary General? No, we have to vote. Wow, trying to go faster than allowed here. Okay, so then we have to vote on the sub-amendment. The vote is open. Five seconds. Vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General, result, please.
The result is the following: 23 members vote in favor, 2 against, and 2 abstentions.
Therefore, the sub-amendment is accepted. Now we come to the amendment as sub-amended. What is the opinion of the committee? Mr. Silevic?
Mr. President, the committee is in favor of the amendment as sub-amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anyone wish to speak against it as sub-amended? I do not see anyone. Thank you. Then we shall put the amendment as amended to the vote. The vote is open. Five seconds. Vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General, result, please.
There are 30 votes in favor, 1 against, no abstention.
The amendment, therefore, is adopted. Then now we shall proceed to vote on the draft resolution as amended, contained in document 15086. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. Can we have the vote being open again? Then the vote is open. Vote is closed. Result, please.
29 members in favor and 1 against, no abstention.
Okay, then it is adopted. Now, this is the resolution. Then we have the Committee on Legal Affairs and Human Rights, who presented a draft recommendation on drug policy and human rights in Europe, a baseline study to which 3 amendments have been tabled. All of the proposed amendments were unanimously approved by the committee. Can you confirm, Mr. Silevic?
Yes, Mr. President, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Does anyone object? I do not see any objections. Therefore, I declare the 3 amendments to the draft recommendation to be adopted in accordance to Rule 3411. We shall now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation as it is amended. It is contained in document 15086. May I recall, colleagues, that to be adopted, a 2/3 majority is required. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General, may I have the results, please?
Yes, 30 members in favor, 1 against.
Thank you very much. Therefore, the recommendation is adopted. We now go to point 12, Culture, Science, Education and Media. Again, this is only the vote that we need to take. We had to postpone it given the fact we did not have the quorum. So now we only resume the vote, no debate. Committee on Culture, Science, Education and Media presented a draft resolution. No amendments have been tabled. We shall now proceed to vote on the draft resolution contained in document 15116. To be adopted, a simple majority is required. The vote is open. Okay. Vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General, result, please. Okay.
Yes, 31 in favor and 1 abstention.
Therefore adopted. We now go to the draft recommendation. No amendments have been tabled. So we shall now proceed to vote on the draft recommendation which is contained in document 15116. I recall the colleagues to be adopted. A 2/3 majority is required. The vote is open. Vote is closed. Mr. Secretary General. Result, please.
28 members in favor, no against, and no abstentions.
Therefore, the draft recommendation is adopted. Okay, then we come to the current affairs debate under Rule 53 of the Rules of Procedure. I remind you that the allotted time for the debate is exactly 1 hour. Obviously, you can now, all of those interested in this debate, take the floor. I will distribute the speakers in a fair way, knowing the sensitivities. I will try to do this in a balanced way, of course, following the rules. The current debate, as being decided, is on armed conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan, failure of peaceful conflict resolution and a risk to regional stability. As I told you, we have 1 hour. We have agreed that the chair of the monitoring committee, Mr. Jensen, would open the debate. May I ask each and everyone, knowing that sensitivities may go high, to please keep the debate civilized at any time. So, Mr. Jensen, you have the floor for 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And there's no question that the armed hostilities between Armenia and Azerbaijan is a matter of utmost concern for all of us. We might not be the United Nations or the OSCE Minsk Group, but when two member states of the Council of Europe are engaged in an armed conflict against each other, it is a matter for every member of our Assembly. I do not need to recall here that it is an obligation put forward on all member states to resolve any differences they may have peacefully and refrain from use of force. This obligation does not only concern the states that are in conflict, it is also an obligation for all member states to refrain from any action or discourse that incites or abets other member states to resolve their disputes in any other manner than by peaceful means. Therefore, when our member states are involved in an armed conflict, we are all concerned. The Assembly discussed the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict before both countries became member states in 2001. Resolution 1047, adopted in 1994, welcomed a ceasefire brokered in May of the same year by the OSCE Minsk Group. In 2000, when the Assembly gave positive opinions to the application for membership of the Council of Europe by both Armenia and Azerbaijan, we accepted both countries fully aware of the unresolved conflict, but expecting the two member states would work to resolve the conflict peacefully in the framework of the OSCE Minsk Group, hoping that their membership would encourage them to resolve their dispute peacefully. In 2005, the Assembly adopted Resolution 1416 on the conflict of the Nagorno-Karabakh region dealt with by the OSCE Minsk Conference, which is and remains the cornerstone of our Assembly's position on the conflict. In this resolution, the Assembly recognized that in essence, this is a conflict between two competing internationally recognized principles: territorial integrity and the right to self-determination. At the same time, the Assembly underscored that the independence and succession of a regional territory from a state may only be achieved through a lawful and peaceful process based on the democratic support of the inhabitants of such territory and not by armed conflict, forced expulsion, or the de facto annexation of such territory by another state. It is also important to note that in this resolution, the Assembly called on Armenia and Azerbaijan to foster reconciliation and to restore confidence and mutual understanding among the people through schools, universities, and the media. It stressed that without such reconciliation, hatred and mistrust would prevent stability in the region and may lead to new violence. Our recommendations were not heard, and regretfully, as witnesses over the last 2 weeks, the result is exactly as we anticipated. When the hostilities broke out on 27th of September, all international organizations and the representatives, including our Secretary General, the Commissioner for Human Rights, the co-rapporteurs for Armenia and Azerbaijan, including myself, as well as most, but regretfully not all member states, call for immediate ceasefire and a return to the negotiating table. I'm glad that on Friday evening, as a result of the mediation of the Russian Federation, which should be congratulated on that, the countries agreed to a new ceasefire. While regretfully, we hear reports on ceasefire not being fully respected, it also raises some hopes. It is now equally important that both countries commit themselves again to resolve their conflict peacefully through the OSCE Minsk Group conference and on the basis of the so-called Madrid principles, which are the only realistically and even-handed principles that we can solve the conflicts between them. At the same time, as Assembly, we should insist that the countries now commit themselves seriously to reconciliation and restoring confidence and mutual understanding among their people, without which the conflict will never be resolved. Our debate of today is important for 4 reasons. First and foremost, the losses of lives, both civilian and militarily, have been very high. According to the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, reported by 8th of October, at least 57 civilians have been killed, including children. In the recent days, it was reported that populated areas has been targeted and shelled with heavy weaponry in and around the conflict area. Amnesty International and the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights referred to the use of banned cluster munition against civilian areas. This is, of course, totally unacceptable. Secondly, even in an armed conflict, even when martial law has been declared, which is the case in both countries, Armenia and Azerbaijan have the obligation under the European Convention to safeguard the right to life and to protect population from torture and inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment. Moreover, fundamental liberties should not be diminished in these times of crisis. The Commissioner for Human Rights has emphasized that their freedom of expression and of information must be protected in order to allow objective reporting from the conflict zone, as misreporting and propaganda can only inflame tension further. Both countries must allow accredited media professionals access to crisis areas and see to it that journalists covering the conflict are safe. However, we know now that several journalists have been injured. International humanitarian law, or the law of war, obliges warring parties to protect civilian areas and cultural heritage. We know that cities and civilian areas have been shelled by both parties, and the historic Cathedral of Shusha has been targeted. I would also say, in reference to the shelling of a cathedral in the town of Shusha, that both countries have the obligation to preserve cultural heritage. As Europe's foremost human rights organization, we should insist that both countries comply with these obligations. As I mentioned in the beginning of my speech, it is an obligation of all Council of Europe member states, not only those directly involved in military activities, to resolve any differences they may have peacefully, refrain from the use of force, refrain from any action or discourse that incites or abets other member states to resolve their disputes any other manner than by peaceful means. In this context, I have to condemn the fact that the Turkish authorities, which have a great influence on the Azerbaijani government, were not using this to calm things down and return the parties to the negotiating table, but on the contrary, were openly encouraging and reportedly abetting military Azerbaijani to continue the armed hostilities. Azerbaijan and Turkey have often made reference to the 4 resolutions of the Security Council of the United Nations that have not been implemented. In that context, let me quote that paragraph 6 of the last one, Resolution 884 of the 12th of November, 1993. The Security Council urged all states in the region to refrain from any hostile acts and from any interference or intervention which would lead to a widening of the conflict and undermine peace and security in the region. Not only the French or the Russian authorities have made claims of direct Turkish involvement in the conflict, also the European Court of Human Rights of the 6th of November, when it ordered interim measures, called now on all states directly or indirectly involved in the conflict, including Turkey, to refrain from any action that contribute to the breaches of convention rights of civilians and to respect their obligation under the convention. So let's not forget news reports that Armenia people blocked the road leading to Turkey in Russia. France also have large Armenian and Turkish communities and inflammatory rhetoric that do not do them any good. And if you want to create an environment conducive to negotiations, for negotiations that will be one day, the sooner the better. If you want to recreate that, we need to put an end to inflammatory rhetoric and to hate speech. So we have now seen the recent efforts made by both countries and by the co-chairman of the Minsk group to resume discussion. And as all of that, I hope that a truce brokered on Friday will now be fully implemented and will lead to substantial negotiations and hopefully a peaceful resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Chair. We have more than 30 people inscribed. You must understand this is not easy. I therefore would like to ask each and everyone to limit your intervention to 2 minutes. As it is tradition, we will start the political groups. In order, the first 5 speakers will be Mr. Schwabe, Mr. Polčák, Mr. May, Mr. Gale, Mr. Cox. Once Mr. Cox has finished, I will give you the next 5 colleagues who will intervene in order for you to prepare. Please stick to the 2 minutes in order to have all of our colleagues in this very important debate to be able to express their opinion. Mr. Schwabe, you have the floor.
Vielen Dank, Herr Präsident. Und ich will mich ganz herzlich bedanken bei Herrn Jensen für die Initiative, diese Debatte hier zu haben, aber auch dafür, was er da gerade gesagt hat. Und ich will jeden einzelnen Satz unterstreichen. Wir sind nicht die OSZE, wir sind nicht der UN-Sicherheitsrat. Deswegen können wir am Ende auch Konflikte nicht beenden mit unseren Möglichkeiten. Aber wir können natürlich hingucken, wie das mit den Menschenrechtsverletzungen dort ist. Und wir haben die Situation, dass wir sowieso bei Karabach als eine Grey Zone haben und unserer Aufgabe, die wir dort eigentlich haben, nicht nachkommen können. Und wir können die Konflikte nicht beenden, aber wir können hingucken. Wir können Transparenz herstellen. Wir können deutlich machen, dass Zivilisten nicht angegriffen werden dürfen, dass Kulturgüter nicht angegriffen werden dürfen. Und wir können darüber Zeugnis ablegen und am Ende auch alles versuchen, um die Verantwortlichen zur Rechenschaft zu ziehen. Völkerrechtlich ist die Sache klar. Nagorny-Karabach gehört zu Aserbaidschan, aber es ist auch klar, mit Gewalt ist dieser Konflikt entsprechend nicht zu lösen. Deswegen ist es wichtig, dass alle Beteiligten die Waffenruhe jetzt einhalten. Wer immer den ersten Schuss abgegeben hat, das ist gar nicht die zentrale Frage, sondern es ist offensichtlich, dass Aserbaidschan mit Gewalt versucht, Territorien einzunehmen, das völkerrechtlich zu ihnen gehört, wo aber eben andere Menschen, Armenier, wohnen. Offensichtlich funktioniert das Ganze auch nicht. Es ist offensichtlich auch erfolglos. Es wird gar kein Territorium eingenommen. aber es hat dramatische Folgen für die Menschen. Es gibt massive Menschenverletzungen und Rechtsverletzungen und Hunderte von Toten. Dass Russland sich jetzt einbringt, ist gut. Es wäre aber auch gut, wenn Waffenexporte verhindert werden könnten, die beide Seiten unterstützen und den Konflikt weiter anfeuern. Das, was die Türkei macht, ist in der Tat verheerend. Es ist eine Menschenrechtsverletzung an den Syrern, die dort in den Krieg geschickt werden, aber es heizt am Ende einen solchen Konflikt an. Und die Türkei muss alles tun, um wie andere Staaten diesen Konflikt zu befriedigen. Das ist das, was jetzt dringend vonnöten ist.
Thank you. I now have Mr. Wojciech. Alexander.
Merci beaucoup. Oui, merci beaucoup. Pardon, j'ai dû changer la langue. Je suis très, très reconnaissant à M. Jensen d'entamer, de commencer cette discussion et être si franc et ferme dans son discours. Enfin, ce n'est pas un discours très politisé, c'est vraiment quelque chose de direct. Au nom de ma famille politique, de la Parti populaire européen, je tiens à exprimer notre position et à souligner la position que nous avons prise ensemble dans notre parti et que nous avons publié il y a une semaine. Nous sommes préoccupés par les affrontements et par l'ampleur de hostilités au Haut-Karabakh. Et les informations faisant, notamment parlant de victimes parmi la population civile. Nous appelons à cesser immédiatement les hostilités et à reprendre le dialogue. Je tiens à souligner que le groupe politique, notre groupe politique, condamne toutes les formes de violence et nous appelons les acteurs du conflit à entamer le dialogue avec l'aide du groupe de Minsk. C'est notre devoir de trouver la solution politique afin de respecter tous les engagements. Merci beaucoup.
Merci Alex. Next on my list, le prochain sur ma liste, Monsieur Jacques Maire. Monsieur Maire, vous avez la parole. Jacques Maire. Come on. Jacques, apparemment, il y a un problème. Vous pouvez essayer encore une fois. Jacques Maire. Voilà.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voudrais, sur ce sujet extrêmement grave pour nous, insister rapidement sur 5 points. D'abord, quand 2 membres du Conseil de l'Europe sont engagés dans un conflit armé l'un contre l'autre, avec interférence d'un troisième, c'est évidemment un souci pour chaque membre de l'Assemblée, y compris pour l'ensemble de notre famille libérale européenne. C'est un conflit terrible, dont les conséquences humaines sont terribles de 2 côtés, notamment pour les civils. C'est un conflit qui ne respecte pas le droit humanitaire international. C'est un conflit qui fait usage d'armes totalement interdites. Ce conflit est bien sûr le résultat d'une dynamique négative depuis plus de 20 ans. C'est d'abord l'échec de l'Azerbaïdjan et de l'Arménie. Chacun de ces 2 pays devait travailler à trouver un compromis. Au contraire, ils ont laissé se développer la haine et la violence. mais c'est aussi un échec sur l'investissement politique qui a été insuffisant de la part de la communauté internationale et notamment des membres du processus de Minsk. Cependant, aujourd'hui, la situation est nouvelle sur 2 points qui sont explicitement reconnus par la partie azérie et par la partie turque. D'abord, l'Azerbaïdjan n'accepte plus l'occupation et souhaite mener une opération de reconquête. Ensuite, il le fait avec le soutien d'une puissance tierce, la Turquie. Cette rupture du status quo par la violence est clairement inacceptable et nous la dénonçons fermement. Bien sûr, tout comme notre collègue Michael Jensen, nous appuyons les efforts du groupe de Minsk et de la Russie qui ont permis un cessez-le-feu, mais ce n'est qu'un premier pas. Nous appelons donc vraiment les 3 parties concernées à revenir sur un cessez-le-feu immédiat et notamment à ce que l'Azerbaïdjan respecte aujourd'hui ce cessez-le-feu. Je souhaiterais aussi que la Turquie revienne à une attitude neutre et distance par rapport à ce conflit. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Jacques. Next speaker on the list is Mr. Sir Roger Gale. Sir Roger, you have the floor.
C'est marqué en anglais, donc.
Thank you, Mr. President. First of all, I'd like to congratulate Michael Jensen on his excellent resume on behalf of the Monitoring Committee. I think in some senses he said most of what needs to be said, but that of course won't stop any of the rest of us from saying it again. I was not actually aware that I was going to speak on behalf of the European Conservative Group. I had another hat on, which I'll come to in a moment, but on behalf of the group, I would like to say that we, as a group, have enjoyed the membership of members of both the Armenian and Azerbaijani delegations over a period of time, and have found them both on most issues very easy to get to work with. And it seems to me to be a shame that that spirit of cooperation can't be extended to the international situation between the 2 countries. I am one of the 2 rapporteurs on Azerbaijan for the Monitoring Committee, although I have to say that Stefan Shenak is infinitely more experienced in the matters than I am. But I have briefed myself and studied this with care. And it was in that capacity that I actually asked to speak, because it does seem to me that the only realistic way forward is the maintenance of what is clearly a very fragile ceasefire. The exchange, first of all, of bodies and prisoners, and subsequently, and hopefully if that can be built upon in a spirit of goodwill, the possibility of some kind of long-term reconciliation, although as we were reminded this morning, a frozen conflict is very difficult always to resolve. And finally, on that score, I'd like to pick up again, as I did this morning, on the comments made by the Secretary General, who indicated a degree of arm's length approach to this issue. This is a human rights issue. The right to life is the most important. People are being killed in Nagorno-Karabakh. And it is absolutely imperative, I believe, that the Council of Europe does everything within its power, limited though that may be, to underscore and secure the human rights of the residents of Nagorno-Karabakh and to seek to bring this to a resolution. We can't do it alone, but in company with others and in company with the international community, I believe that we can make and should be making a significant contribution. I said that at the Bureau this morning to the Secretary General. I say it again now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sir Roger. We now have Tini Cox. Tini, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and thank you very much to the chair of our Monitoring Committee for his introductory remarks to this important debate. Mr. President, since the end of September, we witnessed a frozen conflict transform itself into a bloody war, with already now over 300 people killed and thousands of people displaced. Like most so-called frozen conflicts, this conflict too has a long history to which no sustainable solution has been found yet. But according to my group of the United European Left, even without a sustainable solution, no party is entitled to use violence against the other in order to create some kind of solution. I think that we have to do our utmost as Council of Europe Assembly to find out what did happen, what went wrong, and how things can be mended. And therefore, it's necessary that we send as soon as possible our 4 co-rapporteurs to Baku and Yerevan. And I would propose to consider the idea of also sending the presidential committee over there, as we did only a few weeks after the bloody war between Georgia and Russia in 2008. Then we showed as an assembly our great interest and also our conviction that it is unacceptable that member states of the Council of Europe use violence against each other. At this stage, Mr. President, I would urge us all to mobilize all capacities, all networks that we have in the Council of Europe and in the member states to strengthen the fragile truce that is now at stake. We should try to do our utmost to prevent that more people get killed and more people get displaced. That would be my call to us all. Let's use our opportunities to maintain this truce and to get back to a normal and peaceful solution to this problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tini. We now go to the 5 next speakers. I will call your names. Please be prepared in this order. I've got Mr. Zaidov, Mr. Vardanian, Madam Aberg, Mrs. Arpadarai, and Mr. Melkirian. First on my list now is Mr. Zaidov. Mr. Zaidov, you have the floor.
Mr. President, thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I think there is a first time in the history of Europe when ballistic missiles has used against civilians in the big town. And that's terrible. Ganja, that's the 2nd largest city in the country with 500,000 population, was attacked by ballistic missiles on the residential area in the midst of the night on October 11. And as a result, 10 people have been killed and more than 50 have been wounded. This is genocide. This is a war crime committed by Armenia, and those who are responsible for that, especially political leadership of Armenia, Mr. Pashinyan, will have to answer before the court. They have done it now, and they did it in Khojaly in 1992. But this is not enough for them. They want to destroy the largest power plant in Caucasus. They try to flood half of the country by drawing the people. Therefore, they are shelling Mingechauer, which is 300 kilometers from the contact line. That's why this is a war against the terrorists. This is a war for liberation of our land. For 27 years, we tried to find the peaceful resolution of this conflict, but Pashinyan did everything to destroy it. Even now, we want to return to the negotiation table. That's why our Minister of Foreign Affairs went to Geneva and met with the representative of OSCE Minsk Group. That's why our minister has signed in Moscow agreement, ceasefire agreement. But unfortunately, exactly after that, we became witnesses of grave violation of this agreement by Armenia, targeting civilians in Ganja, killing 41 innocent people, destroying houses. They made crimes against Azerbaijan. And that's why I think now we should do our best in order to push Armenia to return back to Madrid principles and to substantial negotiations, which we are thinking and pushing on the negotiations between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We now have Mr. Vardanian. Mr. Vardanian, you have the floor.
First of all, let me express the words of gratitude to Mr. Jensen for starting this interesting debate. I've heard Mr. Zaidov's stories. It would be funny, but it's war, you know. Let's be very serious and discuss serious issues. If we are discussing genocide, let's start from 1915. First, I would like just to address that UN Charter, Article 2.4, saying clearly that use of force is prohibited. And it's also one of the basic principles of negotiations. you have actually violated this rule. Are you kidding? 3 million Armenia with Artsakh had an aggression against 9 million Azerbaijan and 80 million Turkey? Is anybody here made to believe in it? Ladies and gentlemen, I spent half of my life teaching international humanitarian law, and now facing a lot of international humanitarian law violations. President Aliyev saying that we started war because this is an ultima ratio. There is no ultima ratio in international law. All the disputes should be solved only by peaceful means, exclusively by peaceful means. This is one of the pillars of existing of contemporary international law. This should be taken into account. Ladies and gentlemen, if anybody of you have some concerns, I would provide you international flight radar information about very strange flights from mid of Turkey to Azerbaijan on daily basis, cargo flights. I would like just to address the issue of engagement of the Council of Europe on this issue. For sure, OSCE Minsk Group should be the one and only format for solution of this conflict. But I would like just to say, I would like just to remind all of you, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Artsakh now under the imminent threat to be a victim of genocide, because all the cities of Artsakh is heavily shelling. A lot of innocent people died. Civilians are under attack. Journalists are under attack. International journalists, Russian journalists, French journalists. I would like just to be very serious. We are acting with the international aggressors, backed by Turkey, and European Court of Human Rights actually already, I'm just concluding, already adopted necessary interim measures, pushing all the states retain from using their forces to conclude and find a necessary solution for the conflict. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I do understand that this is a difficult debate. Please try to be within your 2 minutes. Madam Aberg, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, it's terrible that member states of the Council of Europe are engaged in armed conflict with each other. It's very tragic and it's totally against the human rights. How many people have to lose their lives before this madness stops? When becoming members of the Council of Europe, both Armenia and Azerbaijan committed themselves to resolve their disputes in a peaceful manner. Both countries have the obligation to safeguard the right to life and to protect the populations from tortures and inhuman and degrading treatment and punishment. Both countries breached this obligation. We have a humanitarian disaster and it has to cease immediately. Armenia and Azerbaijan have to return to the negotiating table. I'm very concerned about the role of Turkey in this conflict. Last weekend, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Çavuşoğlu, reiterated that Turkey will support Azerbaijan in the field and at the table. Armenia and Azerbaijan have to resolve their conflict in a peaceful manner. Other countries who promise support in a battlefield are also violating their obligations to the Council of Europe. I'm very concerned about the hate speeches in this conflict. Calls for hatred and violence, including killings, spread especially by social media platforms, are used to fuel the conflict and dehumanize the other nation.
Time.
One day, hopefully very soon, there will be negotiations between Armenia and Azerbaijan.
Time.
And for these negotiations to be successful, they have to be accepted by both Armenian and Azeri people. It means that the two governments have to prepare them. Therefore, it's necessary to lower the level of inflammatory rhetoric and put an end to the hate speech.
Thank you very much. I do understand it's difficult to have all of this within 2 minutes, but already as it stands now, I will not be able to give everyone the floor. Now we have Madam Arpadaray. You have the floor, Madam.
Dear colleagues, I am a new member of our delegation and I'm honored to be here and address the standing committee, but I wish it happened in different circumstances. Yesterday, on 10th of October, we woke up and discovered that our second largest city, Ganja, with population about 500,000 people, was under attack. My colleague has already told you that. 9 people killed, 40 more wounded. It has no military target in vicinity. It's the civilians living there, and 4-story residential building was heavily damaged by the blast caused by the ballistic missile launched from the territory of Armenia. And this happened just few hours after the humanitarian ceasefire agreement. Just few days before that, senior advisor to Prime Minister of Armenia told to Russian television that military attacks on civilian targets are carried out in order to provoke panic. Later on, press secretary to the occupying forces leader said that, stated that in a few days, Ganja will only be discoverable by archaeologists. What are these statements? These statements are a reflection of deep-rooted beliefs that guided Armenians' political elite for the last 3 decades. Armenia is now using crusading rhetoric. Its leaders keep on repeating phrases like clash of civilizations, stronghold of freedom, barriers of good. They use the word Christianity a lot these days in a hope that this rhetoric will wake up some medieval sentiments of the Western societies. I believe that, I'm sure that it will not, because Europe moved from this rhetoric long ago. We have been committed to negotiations for 26 years, 26 years. Our colleague, Mr. Johnson, has recurred to UN Security Council resolutions, and I'm surprised that he didn't say that they demand full unconditional withdrawal of Armenian troops from the occupied territories of Azerbaijan. If we speak international law, let's go back to international law. Azerbaijan is doing everything in full compliance with international law and in compliance with UN Charter within its territory, I'm sorry. I have a question to all of you, to ask my Armenian colleagues, what are Armenian army doing on the territory of Azerbaijan? We keep asking them for 26 years and we never got replied. A single Azerbaijani soldier has set a foot on Armenian territory. What are Armenians on our territory? This is the question. If we speak about human rights, please, I would like to remind you that we have 1 million IDPs and their human rights are also matters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As from this moment, I will cut off at 2 minutes. I do apologize being forced to do this, but every second a colleague takes is a second he or she takes away from another colleague. So as from now, I will give you a warning at 10 seconds before 2 minutes, and at 2 minutes you will be dropped. Thank you very much. I do hope that you understand me being forced to do this. Otherwise, we cannot have as many colleagues as possible, and already now we will not be able to have everyone on board. Next on my list is Mr. Melkounian. Mr. Melkounian, you have the floor.
Bonjour, chers collègues, Monsieur le Président. En ce moment où nous discutons du conflit du Karabakh, la population civile, enfants, personnes âgées, femmes et des autres personnes deviennent victimes de bombardements en République d'Artsakh. Des centaines sont blessés en pendant leur maison. Des villages et de villes et des infrastructures civiles sont détruites. La question suivante se pose alors. Pourrons-nous arrêter cette agression barbare et ce terrorisme initié par l'Azerbaïdjan avec la participation directe de la Turquie? La cathédrale Razanchesos dans la ville de Chouchi a également été détruite. C'est la monstruosité élevée en plus haut degré. S'agit-il alors de la violation de nombreuses conventions internationales? Pouvons-nous donner une évaluation claire à tout cela? Et à l'Europe, reconnaître ce qu'il a maintenant une guerre en Assar ou non? Énergisons donc le point suivant. Premièrement, pour la première fois, un cours de 30 années passées, le conflit d'Artsakh, la Turquie participe directement à la guerre déchelantée contre le peuple d'Artsakh. Deuxièmement, actuellement, des actes terroristes sont perpétrés sur la ligne de contact avec l'Artsakh, avec la participation de milliers de terroristes internationaux amenés la Syrie. Nous avons toutes les preuves. Nous sommes tous contre le terrorisme international, n'est-ce pas une question? Créons alors une coalition internationale antiterroriste, neutralisation immédiatement. Dites-moi, s'il vous plaît, quel genre de comment allons-nous réagir? Et troisièmement, l'Azerbaïdjan cible de la population civile et l'infrastructure.
I do apologize, but we need to do this. I really do apologize being forced to not having you go over 2 minutes. I do hope that you understand. The next list of speakers will be the following: Mr. Yildiz, Mr. Kilyonen, Hamid Rasmussen, Maniero, and Meresko. These are all colleagues neither from Armenia nor from Azerbaijan, but we need to have also the opinion of the other countries. So, Yildiz, Kilyonen, Hamid Rasmussen, Maniero, Meresko. Mr. Yildiz, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let's hope this ceasefire will lead to a peaceful solution. But given the record, 30 years, 3 decades record of Armenia, I am not optimistic. I would like to remind that the allegation that Turkey has intervened in the conflict directly is baseless and was immediately denounced by both Turkish and Azerbaijani presidential offices and defense ministries. Yes, we support Azerbaijan and we will continue because of the fact that 20% of Azerbaijani territory, including the Nagorno-Karabakh, but not only Nagorno-Karabakh, has been under illegal Armenian occupation for 28 years, which is the subject of 4 UN Security Council resolutions which call for immediate, complete and unconditional withdrawal of all occupation forces from Azerbaijan territory. I am shocked by the Armenian colleagues defending the peaceful solution. It is okay, but how was the 20% of the Armenian territory was occupied by Armenian forces? By peaceful means? How did almost approximately 1 million Azeris leave their settlements, their towns, because of peaceful means? Everybody should remind that neutrality between aggressor, invader, and the victim is not something good. It encourages the aggressor. Minsk Trio unfortunately did nothing in these almost 3 decades. Turkey will be the main beneficiary from the solution of the conflict.
10 seconds.
But as I said, I am not optimistic taking into consideration the attack on Ganja after the ceasefire took into effect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next on my list is Mr. Kilyonen. 2 minutes sharp, please. Mr. Kilyonen.
Mr. President, it's very, very deplorable that we do have this item as a current affairs debate in our standing committee. It's deplorable because both countries, Azerbaijan and Armenia, when they were accepted as members of Council of Europe, they agreed to solve peacefully all misunderstandings between countries. In particular, obviously, the Nagorno-Karabakh case was there that it was agreed that the solution for Nagorno-Karabakh will be via negotiations and peaceful way. Now we have 2 member states of our organization fighting against each other, and obviously we understand that although Secretary General Council of Europe today in the morning in Bureau stressed that obviously defense and security issues are not directly on our agenda, those are an agenda of OSCE. Nevertheless, this type of humanitarian crisis which is happening because of the war is a serious matter, and we should seriously consider it. Hate speeches are spreading everywhere now, even from Istanbul to Moscow. The Azeri-Armenian communities have clashes, and that tells that it's a very big tensions. And we can obviously welcome that the humanitarian ceasefire was agreed between the countries, but unfortunately, that might be the first step, but in terms of the war itself, it's continuing. We obviously stress strongly here that not only the humanitarian aspects are respected, but the Minsk group of OSCE, obviously, its three co-chairs, would obviously continue and trying to solve the issues. And we hope sincerely that both Azeris and Armenians in our group, also in our council, would find a good way of finding a solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kylioni. We now have Hamid. Mr. Hamid, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for Mr. Jensen for his report. Dear colleagues, I express deep concern over the large-scale military between Armenia and Azerbaijan, resulting in military and civilian casualties from both sides.
Mr. Hamid,
I urge the party.
Mr. Hamid,
to
excuse me, could you check
Yep.
whether your language selector is on the floor?
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
please. We hear you. Okay, we go to the next speaker, and Mr. Hamid, you can come back later, and please put then your translation on the left on floor. We now have Mr. Rasmussen, Denmark. Mr. Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Michael. I think it's time to stand up against Erdogan. We can see that Turkey is threatening all its neighbors or attacking them. We can see it in Syria, in Cyprus, in Greece, and now in Armenia. I think it's also important to remember the genocide of the Armenian people committed by Turkey, which they still deny, and now they're attacking the Armenian population again through Azerbaijan. We even see Turkey taking Syrian jihadists to attacking the Armenian population. We have seen many proofs during the last days. We have seen Erdogan making threats against the Armenians, also to European countries. We've seen journalists imprisoned in Turkey, also those who actually write about this. We've seen Turkey supporting jihadists in Libya, in Syria, and we actually see our colleagues in Turkey who is against this being put into prison. So it's time to say stop to Turkey, and it's time to hear our voice, because it's not it's not about Azerbaijan and Armenia. It's also about Turkey to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Mr. Maniero. Mr. Maniero, you have the floor.
Grazie Presidente. Sì, io mi trovo veramente preoccupato da quello che sta succedendo, e non parlo del fatto che già di per sé un conflitto armato a fuoco con un importante coinvolgimento della popolazione civile è già un dramma di per sé, ed è uno degli orrori che come Consiglio d'Europa dovremmo assolutamente rifuggire. Ma mi preoccupa che appunto noi stiamo vedendo un'offensiva che, a detta di fonti istituzionali di altri membri del Consiglio d'Europa, io prima citavo il capo di Stato francese Macron, ma qualche giorno fa anche il capo dell'intelligence estera russa ha detto ha fatto delle dichiarazioni analoghe. Il fatto che la Turchia, secondo questi, stia spostando dei miliziani con collegamenti a gruppi terroristici presi dal nord della Siria, li stia spostando sulla linea di conflitto tra Armenia e Azerbaijan nell'area del Nagorno-Karabakh, questo è un ulteriore aggravamento anche per il pericolo della stabilità regionale. Quindi veramente non ho parole per descrivere la preoccupazione riguardo a quello che sta succedendo. Anch'io richiamo a un rispetto immediato del cessate un fuoco, un ritorno al dialogo, ma le terze potenze, gli terzi stati devono assolutamente, e questo è il mio parere, astenersi dall'interferire aggravando un conflitto che già è drammatico. E non saprei neanche stimare il danno e il pericolo che può costituire e spostare in queste regioni forze armate abituate al teatro nordafricano e medio orientale, diciamo, con collegamenti a quello che era l'ISIS. Non voglio pensare cosa significherà dopo. Grazie.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the discipline until now of all of our colleagues. We now have Mr. Mereshko from Ukraine.
Dear colleagues, the key to the solution of this conflict is very simple, namely international law, strict observance of international law. First of all, observance of the UN Charter and implementation, complete and total implementation of 4 obligatory resolutions of the UN Security Council. And what does international law say about this conflict? What do the Security Council resolutions say? How it should be solved? These resolutions say that the matter is very simple. The occupying state, which is Armenia, should withdraw unconditionally and totally withdraw its occupying troops from the territory of Azerbaijan. As simple as that. And this withdrawal will be the first step towards durable peace in the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have again Mr. Hamid on the line. Mr. Hamid.
Hello, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I express deep concern over the large-scale military action between Armenia and Azerbaijan, resulting in military and civilian casualties from both sides. I urge the parties to the conflict to make every effort to de-escalate the situation and continue to seek way to resolve the conflict peacefully on the basis of generally accepted principles and norms of international law and United Nations Security Council Resolution 822, 853, 874, and 884 adopted in 1993. I would also like to refer to Passer Resolution 1416 of 2005 on the conflict over the Nagorno-Karabakh region, which by recalling resolution the United Nations Security Council and calling the parties concerned to comply with them reiterates that the occupation of foreign territory by a member state constitutes a grave violation of the state's obligation as a member of the Council of Europe and reaffirms the right of displaced persons from the area of conflict to return to their homes safely and with dignity. I once again stand for a political settlement of the conflict based on the principles and norms of international law, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity and inviolability of international order. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamid. Now we go for the next 5 speakers. Please be prepared in the order that I'm giving you. Madam Hayrapetyan, then Mr. Ganjalyaev, then Mr. Rubinian, then Mr. Gadirli, and then Madam Selic. So, first on the list is Madam Hayrapetyan. You have the floor.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for initiating this very. Indeed, it's very hard period in South Caucasus because Azerbaijan, which gains lots of support from Turkey and also deploys terrorists to the region, is creating a real threat not only for the existential security of Nagorno-Karabakh Armenians, but also for the entire region. My Azerbaijani colleagues obviously confessed that it was Azerbaijan who started the war against Nagorno-Karabakh peaceful people on early morning September 25. They, of course, will also confess that it was them who was bombing the church, it was them who was killing the civilians. And in this way, they talk about peaceful solution. They want to blame Armenia. First of all, look at you and what your political leadership has done. By giving and claiming a hero, the one who is only able to kill a creeping Armenian. This is what your dictator is able to do. And today, Armenia and especially people in Nagorno-Karabakh is under a real threat of existential security. And in the 21st century, the Council of Europe really needs to ask one simple question. Are we going to create new Hitlers in the world? Are we going to let Erdogan and Aliyev to become a new killer in the region? Are we going to create a new instability in the South Caucasus, which will turn next day Europe into an unstable region? And in this way, it's very important to condemn the aggression of Azerbaijan, which is fully supported by Turkey, and it was obvious from Turkish colleagues' speeches, and is also involving a terrorist. And in the end of the day, I would like to say that me, as a human being, is sorry, and I really feel sorry for all the deaths which comes from all the sides. But this is the war which has Azerbaijan started, and this needs to be stopped by Azerbaijan and Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We normally had a colleague from Azerbaijan who is no longer there, so we will go to Mr. Gadirli. Mr. Gadirli, you have the floor. And Mr. Jafarov, be ready in this list. Mr. Gadirli.
Hello? Do you hear me?
You have the floor.
Do you hear me?
You have the floor. Please proceed.
Sorry, it's because of the internet connection. First of all, thank you. I want to thank Mr. Jensen for his introductory notes. And of course, the Parliamentary Assembly has a legitimate right to discuss this issue. But let us be clear on what we are talking about. As a lawyer myself, I'm a great fan of terminological clarity. First of all, there is no conflict between two principles, territorial integrity and self-determination of people. There are some contradictory interpretations by lawyers in academic writings, but in practice, especially if you look at the case law of the International Court of Justice, starting from the Western Sahara case, you will see that territorial integrity is in priority, prevails over the right to self-determination. Then obligations of member states within the Council of Europe are important, but they do not prevail over the right to self-defense stemming from the Article 51 of the United Nations Charter. And this is exactly what Azerbaijan is implementing. Third, there is no such thing as principle of peaceful resolution of conflict. If you read carefully all the documents of international law, you will find that there is a principle of peaceful settlement of disputes. When a dispute develops into a conflict, the right to self-defense comes into effect. This is also very important. Now, Turkey is, if you want to call it a player, it's definitely not a third player, it's a fourth player, because third player has always been Russia, and it has always had a detrimental effect in our region. As for calls for ceasefire, we had a very bad memory about that, because all the security members, national security, United Nations Security Council had calls on peaceful resolution and calls for ceasefire.
Time, please.
But they have not implemented, and after each such call, Armenia occupied some other areas of Azerbaijan. So, I'm sorry for taking.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We now go to Mr. Rubinian. Mr. Rubinian, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everything is simple. On September 27th, Azerbaijan attacked Nagorno-Karabakh with military and political support from Turkey. Also, Turkey deployed terrorists, jihadist terrorists from northern Syria to the war zone. Also, Turkey has F-16 destroyers, one of which has shot down an Armenian plane inside the territory of the Republic of Armenia. These are all proven facts. I have sent some of you the videos of those jihadist terrorists which fight against the people of Nagorno-Karabakh, the ethnic Armenian people of Nagorno-Karabakh. And quite frankly, I want to address those of you who put an equality mark between Armenia and Azerbaijan. I am amazed. I'm amazed because the situation is the following. There are 150,000 ethnic Armenians living in Nagorno-Karabakh. Every village, every city that the Azerbaijani armed forces and jihadist terrorists enter will result in all ethnic Armenians living in those cities either killed or be subjected to an exodus. This is the situation. It's not the time to call for ceasefire, call everyone for ceasefire. There's one side, there are two sides which don't adhere to the ceasefire. It's the Azerbaijan and Turkey. Don't put artificial equality marks between those who are about to be subjected to genocide and those who are using terrorists and attacking civilian populations. Don't be silenced, and it's your choice. Are you going to allow another genocide, another ethnic cleansing happen on the territory of Council of Europe or not? It's your choice. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Mr. Jafarov. Mr. Jafarov.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to point out what reasons led to escalation in frontline. Imagine a prime minister whose country is a party to the conflict says that Karabakh is Armenia. He's lying because no country in the world, including Armenia, does not recognize illegal regime in Nagorno-Karabakh. Imagine a defense minister, Tonayan, whose country sees no solution for the resolution of conflict, presents new formula for conflict, new war for new territories. Imagine a country where criminal investigation launched against two ex-presidents. Leader of main opposition party, an MP, was stripped of his immunity and arrested just 2 weeks ago. We believe that domestic problems, and including crisis in socio-economic situation, and above-mentioned reasons, led Pashinyan's government to military provocation in frontline. They started the war, and I told the reasons. We don't have any problem with Armenian people. Our problem is with unconstructive and aggressive policy of Armenian military and political leadership. Multiculturalism is the way we live. Different religions and ethnics coexist peacefully together in Azerbaijan. A simple example, there are 30,000 Armenians living in Azerbaijan. However, there is no single Azerbaijani living in Armenia. We are committed to the peaceful resolution of conflict for almost 30 years. And 30 years means we are a peaceful nation. But do you want us to wait for another 30 years? Or do you want us to forget our homeland? Why OEC, and including this assembly, did not condemn provocation of Armenian leadership? Armenian aggression is also against the interests of this assembly. They attack the pipelines, which contributes regional energy security of EU countries to decrease your dependence on alternative energy supplies. French president falsely accused us regarding third parties' involvement. Our president asked Macron to show the evidence to the world. It has been 2 weeks silent. He should apologize for his false accusation. And if he wants to the Armenian people self-determination, he should give Marcel to the Armenians for self-determination. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to Madam Selic from Turkey. Madam Selic, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. There are a number of issues that needs to be raised for understanding this conflict. First of all, the Nagorno-Karabakh region has been under illegal Armenian occupation for the past 28 years. United Nations Security Council resolutions reaffirm the territorial integrity of Azerbaijan and call for immediate, complete, and unconditional withdrawal of all Armenian occupation forces from the Azerbaijani territory. For almost 30 long years, the international community turned a blind eye to the occupation of Azerbaijani territories, a clear violation of international law, and the suffering of over 1 million internally displaced people who was forced to leave their homes. Unfortunately, the establishment of the Minsk group brought no substantial solution to the problem. In the latest escalation in the region, breaking ceasefire arrangements, Armenia launched military strikes not only to the military installations of Azerbaijan, but also to major cities including Genge. We condemn these attacks, which caused the killing of innocent civilians in violation of international humanitarian law and the Geneva Conventions. The Armenian government also launched a propaganda campaign to smear Turkey in this war. The allegation that Turkey has intervened in the conflict is baseless and was denounced by both Turkey and Azerbaijan. Armenia should stop scapegoating other countries trying to divert attention from its illegal actions. Turkey, since the beginning, called on the international community to facilitate the peaceful resolution of this conflict for preventing more human suffering and maintaining stability in the region. We believe in dialogue and diplomacy to resolve this dispute. All attempts to bring the parties to the negotiation table must recognize that the first step towards ending the dispute is ending the Armenian occupation of Nagorno-Karabakh in line with the international law and the Council of Europe principles. And to colleagues who are extremely lazy when it comes to Turkey and finds it very easy to link everything to President Erdogan, they should know that governing and opposition parties in Turkish parliament released a joint statement condemning illegal actions of Armenia. This issue is above party political lines in Turkey. Turkey is on the side of international law, and international law is on the side of Azerbaijan in this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to our four last speakers, which will be Mr. Marukyan, Madam Fataliyeva, Madam Zorabian, and then Mr. Molazada. These are the four last ones. I can assure you that I have tried to really follow the sequence of requests for the floor, and that we will have exactly 6 colleagues from Armenia and also 6 colleagues from Azerbaijan who will have taken the floor. So I really try to treat everyone equal here. So first on the list now, and I do apologize for all of those who asked for the list, but we just cannot go beyond 6:30 because then everything falls out. So please stick to the 2 minutes, allowing me 1 minute to finish up the meeting. Mr. Marukyan.
Good evening, dear colleagues. So I will not repeat the same arguments from my colleagues, but I would like to give some more information. So Azerbaijan tried to outsource its own aggression against Armenian people in Nagorno-Karabakh using terrorists and mercenaries from Syria and Libya. So yesterday, the US Embassy in Azerbaijan and the British Foreign Ministry urged their citizens to refrain from traveling to Azerbaijan due to the terrorist threat. So in a statement, I'm citing, there are risks in Azerbaijan associated with terrorist groups that are plotting possible terrorist attacks there. Terrorists can attack tourist places, transport hubs, hotels, markets, shopping centers, local governments, and etc. So this is about the information that it's already in international level, in expert level, proved that Azerbaijan is using mercenaries and terrorist groups in Nagorno-Karabakh to kill civilian, to kill peaceful Armenian population of Nagorno-Karabakh. Another war crime is that Azerbaijan is using cluster bombs, bombing Stepanakert, the capital city of Nagorno-Karabakh, Hadrut, Martuni, and several other big villages and cities of Nagorno-Karabakh. So the situation is the worst. I can't tell you more. So we have to stop this bloodshed in Nagorno-Karabakh. And we think that the only solution is to recognize the status of Nagorno-Karabakh, to recognize the right to life of the people of Nagorno-Karabakh in their homeland, and guarantee the security and peace. Otherwise, we will have another genocide in 21st century on our eyes that is happening on daily basis, and we must stop this. And I said the same thing in a monitoring committee meeting, and also punish Azerbaijan for using terrorists and mercenaries from Syria and Libya, which is internationally proved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now move to Madam Fatalieva. You have the floor. Madam Fatalieva.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Mr. President, Secretary General, dear colleagues, when in your countries a sleeping city is being attacked by rockets and as a result innocent civilians die, innocent women and children are injured, how do you call it? Correct me if I'm wrong. You call it terror. When the second biggest city of Azerbaijan, which is located far from the conflict zone, is being attacked by missiles at nighttime, we also call it terror. I served as a general rapporteur on children in the Council of Europe for 2 years, and I clearly remember how we all together with colleagues from all member states for the well-being of children suffering and being injured, killed in Syria and other countries of Middle East and the other parts of the world, which are even not a member state of PACE. And it's very regretful not to see a proper reaction from the PACE to all these horrors. It's not the first time that Armenia is committing genocide and terroristic acts against Azerbaijani civilians. And let me remind you, the Khojaly genocide, when about more than 600 people, Azerbaijani people, were cruelly killed, murder of innocent kids living in the front line. Since the beginning of the conflict, Armenia continuously and deliberately targeted the civilian objects of Azerbaijan. It continues to show disrespect to and non-compliance with international law, violating Geneva Conventions, violating the international humanitarian law, and even achieving a humanitarian truce with Armenia is violating the humanitarian ceasefire regime. Armenia constantly shows its inability to remain committed to the agreement on a ceasefire for humanitarian purposes concluded by its own highest officials. It raised acts of aggression, occupation, and ceasefire violation to the level of state policy. In this situation, Azerbaijan, of course, reserves the right to decent reaction and decent actions. And I call on the member states to give the proper attitude, to give the proper reaction to the events going on the front line and in Azerbaijan, because we are fighting for our land, in our land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have Madam Zorabayan. Madam Zorabayan.
Merci, chers collègues. Il est fait constant que les forces armées azerbaïdjanaises, avec le soutien ouvert de la Turquie, portent des frappes ciblées intensives et bombardent la population et les zones résidentielles au Karabakh. Si la communauté internationale ne prend pas en considération les faits déjà mentionnés, la guerre peut toucher une zone beaucoup plus grande en sortant des frontières du conflit. La communauté internationale doit prendre cette situation très au sérieux. Les mercenaires permettent au président Erdogan d'être présent en Azerbaïdjan sans mettre en avant son armée. Un F-16 même a été abattu, ce qui signale encore une fois que la Turquie participe vivement à cette guerre. Le président Macron et le côté du Russe a déclaré qu'il y a une information sur la présence de terroristes syriens ou libyens envoyés par la Turquie dans la région. J'aimerais noter encore une fois que c'est une guerre de survie contre la terroriste. Les forces armées de l'Azerbaïdjan ont bombardé la cathédrale arménienne Razantchesos dans la ville de Chouchi. Des journalistes locaux ont été blessés lors des seconds bombardements des forces azerbaïdjanaises visant la cathédrale Razantchesos. Il y avait des civils, femmes, enfants, des personnes âgées hébergés dans la sous-sol de la cathédrale qui ont été blessés. Chers collègues, nous comprenons tous que le droit de vivre sur le sol de cette ancêtre de la population d'Artsakh est menacée. Vous voyez le maillot que la Turquie et l'Azerbaïdjan servissent. Je veux comprendre où est la paix. Si vous ne voulez pas qu'il reste un seul enfant à Artsakh, comme l'a rêvé les gens turcs en 1900.
I do apologize. We now have Mr. Molazada. Mr. Molazada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, Armenia always refused to recognize international law. No to UN Security Council resolution, no to European Parliament, no to Parliamentary Assembly resolution. And even recently, Russian president offered them humanitarian truce. Immediately after that, after humanitarian truce offering by Russia and signing by Armenian minister in Moscow, they shelling Ganja and as always killing children and women. Killing children and women is a tactic of them for creating order, chaos, and continuing ethnic cleansing. We definitely believe that Armenia was, when they started offensive to Azerbaijan, they're not expecting that Azerbaijan had a modern army. Azerbaijan doesn't need military support from Turkey or as Armenians, some Middle East group. They invited PKK and Asala, and when US and UK government warned about terror, Mr. Marukian, they mean Armenian terror because they're afraid of Armenian terror. And right now, Azerbaijan had a military operation on its own land, in its own territory. Only Armenian army occupied Azerbaijani territory and out of zone of conflict, shelling and killing people in very big cities of Azerbaijan. Right now, we should implement international legal system. We have to stop Armenian aggression. We have to stop Armenian terror, and we need support from international community. If there are a rule of law, if there is a rule of law, Armenia should stop it. If not, if there is a rule of power, Azerbaijan has a modern army and Azerbaijan can defend itself. Armenia has the support from Iran. Russia did not give them only weapon. Thank you. And we hope that Council of Europe will support the rule of law.
Thank you very much. We come to the end of the current affairs debate. May I give you a small information on the way unfortunately I had to conduct this. We had 6 colleagues from Azerbaijan taking the floor. We had 6 colleagues, so the same amount, colleagues of Armenia taking the floor. We had 12 colleagues of neither Azerbaijan nor Armenia, 1 of each country. Unfortunately, I have not been able to give the floor to 8 more colleagues who asked for the floor. I do apologize with them, given the fact that it is just not possible, and I also apologize to those that I had to cut off at 2 minutes. I do understand this is a very sensitive debate, and I do hope that we can still have this civilized way of trying to exchange information, and I do hope that we can get together, Azeris, Armenians, and all the other colleagues in order to try, through diplomatic parliamentary work, to at least try to solve this problem. Thank you very much for having this debate in the way that we were able to conduct it. Thank you to the team for this debate, also to the interpreters for allowing us to go largely over time. Merci beaucoup à vous. Thank you very much. The Standing Committee will hold its next public sitting tomorrow as from 9:30. As you know, Vice Chairs will be chairing this meeting, and as of now, the sitting is closed. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.